Right, so I think the Americans have lost sight of their constitution, even with all the new amendments. Like, they've got all these later amendments later on. 77th Amendment even, or whatever, and further. But everyone talks about the First Amendment, right? It's the main American legislation that is the most common knowledge and well known, right? So the thing is, the actual main piece of legislation is the actual Constitution, the Constitution of the United States, which I've not really read or looked into before. I always thought that the First Amendment was something where they had, like, the English law or the English statutes, and then they made some changes to it to establish the law there, like amendment of, the English. So they've got the Constitution drafted up, the Constitution. And then the First Amendment, obviously, is the first modification or additional legislation. But prior to this Constitution of the United States, they also had these Articles of Confederation. And those Articles of Confederation as well, I haven't looked at those, but I'm going to look at those in a minute. But I thought I'd start with the Constitution first. I don't even think that it's there's also the Declaration of Independence as well, besides those Articles of Confederation. But so I've had a look at this, and I know that you might think that who am I qualified to read it, but I really do think that a lot of Americans, even lawyers, have lost sight of the full meaning and interpretation of the law. As so much as, like, everyone seems kind of doped up or dopamined up with all this food and bread and everything, and I think that it's kind of losing a certain fraction of the insight that people have got. Even lawyers, even top lawyers in America, it just slowly creeps in and sets in, particularly from an early age. Not to say that people haven't got degrees in education, but I just don't think that it is fully comprehensive. I think it's falling short. I know that we're making lots and lots and lots of technology. A lot of it, people are just learning from books, from previous scientists, and people are doing experiments in chemistry and biology and things. But when it comes to the Constitution and so forth, I think that there definitely is an oversight anyway. So I will look at those Articles of Confederation next. But I just wanted to see what I'll go this, and you see what you think to what I say to it, and then you think that if I'm right or not. So, as far as we know, then when they started having America, they just had loads and loads of different colonies going over, and they all formed states. And I guess that it was kind of operating under British rule until the Declaration of Independence. So they didn't actually have their own law until this Articles of Confederation and Declaration of Independence and so forth. So this the main reason I'm going to do this Constitution first is because I've got a theory or an intuition or a hunch that the First Amendment, when it says the right of the people, freedom of speech and to petition, and freedom of the press, there's a certain area that extends to and covers, and I definitely think that the freedom of the press actually is meant to be that the press is free. Like, you don't pay for it. Why would I think that? Because I know for certain in England there are newspapers that the whole point of the press, it's called the Post, you can have like the London, the Evening Post, a newspaper called the Evening Post, or even the Yorkshire Evening Post, right? It's called the Post. Now, the thing with a newspaper is this, right? it does sell advertising space and charge money for advertising space to companies, businesses that are selling products and services, right? But if it was only that, then it would be more like a catalogue or like a local advertiser. You actually can get an advertiser. Like the Yellow Pages was literally a book of companies, listings of companies and companies, if you want a locksmith or a plumber or a cobbler or whatever, it's just all lists of companies. That's the difference between the Yellow Pages, which was actually it was one of the phone books you got with all the you got a phone book with the residential numbers and people. You didn't pay for that, remember? It just come through. Everyone who's signed up to the British Telecom or whatever got that, but you also got the Yellow Pages as well. Because there's obviously, if you want to use the telephone, you've got to have like a list of numbers to ring. So it benefits the phone company if they send you loads of numbers. Then they can make money out of you because then you can ring people because you can look them up, right? So now the newspaper, the newspaper, even like the private newspaper, even whether it's free or whether it's paid for, it's not really about the adverts, really. That's just an extra section that, people can advertise in there if they want to pay the newspaper for companies, right? Like the Yellow Pages, really. That's just an extra bonus section. Now, the whole point of the newspaper is the news. It's to tell you what's happening, what's going on in the world. And really, the job of the people in the newspaper, right, is to basically, they've got reporters. I mean, the reporters are going, out to find stories and, find what's going on. But people are telling them, aren't they? People are telling them what's going on. So if something happens in the area that's, significant or whatever, the whole point of them is to report on it. Now, people could telephone the newspaper with stories and then, this is happening, that's happening, or whatever. Now, sure, the newspaper picks stories, but if they haven't got any stories, they can't give you any news. Sometimes you get paid, never mind you paying the newspaper to get an advert in, like you get paid for a story, or if you didn't want any money or whatever. But so the whole point of it is really, now, if the newspaper is free or for sale, so if you think of the newspaper, right, they're selling it. So if you bought the newspaper, you're buying something that is basically telling you what's going on in the area, everything that's going on in your local area or the country. Now, the thing is, if no one goes to the newspaper with any stories, right, then they haven't got any news. People are actually telling, oh, I've got a story, 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 right? That's the point. And those people might even actually get some money from the newspaper or get paid for the stories, or they might not. But ideally, people are coming to the newspaper with stories, so they're not even paying to get those stories in there. They're actually letting the newspaper know what is going on, right? And then the newspaper publishes this paper, people have come to it and told them things, and then people buy it, and then they get to read what's happening, right? That's a service. Now, this whole advertising section, this whole kind of like, paying for profit companies to advertise in there, like the Yellow Pages or whatever, it is only a bonus section. Now, the newspaper has always had public notices. That is legal notices from the local councils or government, or notices from the public. Not like a story of something happening, but it's still things that happen. I lost my coat. Well, that's something happened. John lost his coat in the bus station on Tuesday, right? But he might not want that to be on the front page cover, or like a column on that. Oh, John Simpkins has lost his coat, But they've got this public notices section. Well, that's still informing the public of what's happening, right? Obviously, the more information there is, the more stories there are, theoretically, then the more pages you have in the newspaper, and then the more they could charge for it. Really, you'd really, if you were a newspaper, you'd want more information, more stories, and really charge more money for it. Obviously, depending on costs and so forth. But now, there are legally required notices that make things official, like, if you're a candidate in an election, you're a candidate in an election if it has been published in, at least one major newspaper and so forth, right, to inform people. And then you are officially declared, and then you can go about certain legal powers in public, like, you can have a vehicle designated to you and all things to give people to a lift to the polling station, things like that. There are lots of acts of law that say, it has to be published in the London Gazette or at least one major tabloid and so forth. Although now with the internet and all these free websites and groups, but the thing is, the newspaper is something that the government officially recognise. It's officially recognised and used by the government. Now, there are, from the required notices, particularly ones, anything to do with government, if it is in any way in connection with the government, that's running of the country. Anything to do with the local council or the local government, national government, that is its function. Now, the thing is that the council do put notices in the newspaper which are required to be published. We have to tell you that, like, if the A1's going to be closed or whatever for 6 weeks, things like that. I don't know whether they pay for those. I doubt they pay tax for them. I don't know if they get them for free or if there's certain ones they have to publish or not. But I know for certain that if it is an act of law for the particular area of government, and in that act it will say it must be published in at least one newspaper, must be published in at least one major newspaper or one local newspaper. So that also in print is your class F, because it's required through an act of law or through standing orders of either Houses of Parliament. You see, and class E is separate, it's elections and petitions, right? That's government function, but that's not class F. Class E is for elections and petitions. Class F is where there is a use of an enactment. Usually that law says it's required to be published in at least one newspaper and actually displayed to the public, which is where you get notice boards and other places you can put them. Now, there are different acts of law. There aren't just one act of law. There are lots of acts of law, like the Highways Act or, the Local Government Act or the Local Councils Act. There are criminal acts, like, Criminal Investigation Act, Criminal Law Act. What happens if you're investigating a crime and you're seeking witnesses and it's illegal to be obstructed? Well, if you haven't got any witnesses and you need to ask people if they saw anything, then how are you going to ask them all unless you put a notice in a newspaper? Now, if the newspaper refused it, there would be obstructing an investigation. So they can't really say, no, we're not letting you put the witness appeal in there, because if you're using the Criminal Law Act, then they're obstructing you. So that's an offence there if they obstruct you. That's an example of an act of law being used for a notice that is published. Now, obviously, when we're petitioning the House of Commons or the House of Lords or the King, right, you use the right to petition. And what are the provisions of that act? Well, do you need a notice for that? Well, yeah, because you have to ask people if they want to sign the petition. So, use the act. And what are the provisions of it? That, it's illegal to be prosecuted or held to any commitments. So surely you can't be held to any commitments of the newspaper, particularly when they're meant to be publishing notices. Really, anything, if you're doing a petition, then it's something that's happening in the public anyway. John Smith's doing a petition. He wants to stop ULEZ. Why wouldn't that want to be in the newspaper? Unless the newspaper didn't want to inform people, that it wouldn't be a newspaper anyway. But, it might not be where you have a full item of story, and the newspaper's meant to be impartial anyway. It's not meant to be taking one position or the other or affecting the electorate in voting too much. There is certain legislation under the, Representation of the People Act. But when it comes to petitions to try and get a referendum, then you've got to try and ask the public to sign it. That's the point. But once you get the elections, actually, elections and referendums are under certain procedures and rules where actually there are certain limitations under publication and putting notices. And this is when the council are failing, because the thing is, most people on the council don't actually really know too much about petitioning the government or the council or the law around it. Only really the petitions committee and the legal department in the council, but they really don't need to use that law themselves because it's the public who are petitioning. But what I've realised is that the councillors who do the election process, they're actually under quite, well, they've got powers, but they're also under quite strict rules for petitions and referendums when they're getting elected. Things have got to be done in certain rules according to the acts of law, and you're not meant to be charged for them, and it's meant to be a free open process. There's also prosecutions for crimes and fraud, but they're meant to be prosecuted at the High Court level, and they weren't supposed to be prosecuted by common law. It's questionable if those acts are wrong. It's questionable if those acts are meant to be under the right to petition, because you're petitioning for an election. But once you get the election is an election, but you petitioned for it or to get on it or for the referendum. There's a distinction between them. Now, there's one thing that needs clearing up. Is the election petition a petition to the king? And if so, how can you be held to any commitments of any act? Well, they've acknowledged that in a few acts and said that if you're using a certain enactment, then the whole provisions of the act don't apply. Or you can even make up your own provisions if you want. But that's for a referendum and how it will be held, which means that really there doesn't need to be any rules for the referendum. You can have whatever rules you want. Now, the thing with a petition for the referendum is that they don't set out any rules for the actual petition, because I don't think they can make any. This is why I don't really think they have any proper rules and regulations for the petitions committee anyway, and they've only got standing orders 145A. Now, because they're not meant to have any restrictions or regulations for the petition to the government, only for the elections and referendum, just to make sure that, it's run legitimately. Now, I might think, well, what about your petition? Is that run legitimately? Well, there's not really much to run. You're writing your own writ. You're creating your own text. It's almost like writing your own law. And you're doing it through an act of law in England, the right to petition, when the provision of that law is that you can't be held to any commitments and you can't be prosecuted. So they can't really make any regulations. Well, you say, well, how do you run the petitions then? Well, there's not really much to run. You're writing down in a bit of paper and asking the government to do something, right? Now, if they can understand it and read it, they can. And if they can't, they can't. This is like, writing and giving directions. The thing is, if you are getting witnesses to support it and signatures from the public, evidence of public concern, effectively, if you can read those addresses, then you're proving those people have signed it. And if you can't read them, and if you can't get in contact with the person to ask the witness if they did sign it, then you can't ask them, so it can't be confirmed. You can't really argue with that, If the Parliament checking the petition says, well, who signed this? Well, you have to tell them, so it's this person. Then you tell them what person it is, and then they ask them, and then they say, did you sign it? And then they say, yes, and then you've proved it. You've summoned the witness, and you've proved that the signature was legitimate. It's like right or wrong. It's like school. It's like, answer the question correct. It needs checking. Who will decide whether the answer and information is correct or right or wrong or not? Well, if you can't check it, then you can't prove that it's right or wrong. If you can, you can. And also the thing with the Petitions Committee in Parliament in England is that really it's very similar to the Inquiries Act. They're saying they want they're saying if you give us 10,000 signatures, we'll give you a response. If you give us 100,000, we'll debate it in Parliament. But really, there is no, by law, there is no number. They're just saying that they'll have a debate if you reach that number. It can be debated without. Also, it can be acted on without any signatures, without any witness statements, just basically on a strong case, evidence to the government, That's what it is at the end of the day. I don't know what they've been doing currently because, they've been, when you attach evidence and you attach your website with evidence, they've been saying we're not going to publish it, we're rejecting it. But that's the whole point. You're rejecting the evidence to have a look at. But, a lot of times, they just say this excuse like, oh, it's, fraudulent or false information. But a lot of the times they've not got the power to check it. And the whole point is you're attaching the evidence to run the petition so the public can have a look at it and decide whether they want to support it and decide whether they agree with it or not. And then it goes into Parliament with the evidence and the signatures of the public, because the weight of the public concern is what sways whether Parliament agree with it or not, whether the public agree with it. That's how it's meant to work. Now, the thing is that, so I asked Parliament what legislation is this committee running on, and they fail to be knowledgeable to know that they're even publishing on their own website and on digital platform and even using legislation themselves of Class F, town and country planning, on a digital sign on the internet and asking people to share it through digital electronic mail and so forth. Now, they only say share it by email, but it means all different email companies. And they give a couple of social media platforms, but how can it not mean all of them? Now, they say that they admit they're operating on this standing orders 1458. Well, that's one of the standing orders is something what Class F uses standing orders of even House of Parliament. So if you're doing a petition to Parliament, to the Petitions Committee, well, what powers is it by? Well, that Petitions Committee operates on standing orders 145A. 145A3 is what power it's used. Power to publish, power to summon, power to compel evidence from persons or companies. Now, the thing is with the petition, you are wanting to share it to the public. You're saying, give this evidence to the public. You're not saying just like, send this evidence into the court. You're saying like, show this evidence to the public. That's what you're doing. You're subpoenaing the evidence to the public through public notices in a newspaper or through email or whatever, or letters. So that's the power. Now, if you look at the Inquiries Act 2005, for example, which is, adapted from the Tribunals Acts, they get this power. You got like witness immunity. Now, they're claiming that they're giving them witness immunity for there's an argument to what witness immunity fully means. Well, witness immunity means witness immunity. That's what you get in the police if you get taken on as assisting offenders. You get immunity, but there are different levels of it. In the Inquiries Act, if you're getting immunity, surely you're getting immunity. But they say that, but we're giving you it for a certain reason. But it only says we're giving you it for a reason, but that doesn't say that the immunity... If you say, right, I'm giving you a sweet because, you've been a good boy, that doesn't mean that the sweet, doesn't have vitamins in it. Or, right, look, if you have a child and you give them, like a chewy vitamin gum, right, you could say the reason I'm giving you that gum to chew on is if you've been a good little boy, like a dog treat, right? You could say that's the reason I'm giving you it, but what does the sweet do? What is the sweet? Well, it might have vitamin C in it. It might have, different minerals in it. It might have like, iron, potassium or whatever. The properties of the sweet and its contents, that's a separate thing to do with the reason I've given you it. The sweet does something when you eat it, but like the reason I gave you it could be like, whether you've been a good boy. Now, when it says in Inquiries Act, we're giving you immunity to the all witnesses have immunity. What does immunity do? Well, it makes them immune from prosecution. Now, you could say that, oh, what's the reason I'm giving you it? Or because, well, they're saying that the reason they're giving you the immunity is, from the press. Because, witnesses in inquiries are supposed to not, be in the newspapers and so forth, because it's meant to be done under certain restrictions and requirements. But that does not mean to say that what immunity is immunity. It's immunity, right? That's what immunity is. It makes you immune, right? But you could make someone immune for whatever reason you want, but it still makes you immune, So, they're saying, oh, the reason why you're giving you immunity is, from the press. But the thing is, you can have powers to give orders to stop the press doing things anyway. A court can make an order to restrict the press, right? But that's got nothing to do with immunity of any person. That's like the court has the power to make an order, right? In the Inquiries Act, they say that, they're only giving the court certain powers. Why do you need to mention immunity then for witnesses? Why don't you just say on your list of powers you're giving the court, right? Say, they can't make criminal orders, they can't make civil orders, they can subpoena, compel evidence, summon witnesses, right? But you say, give them a power to, make orders on the press. They didn't say that. They said, all right, separately, completely different to making an order. Because if you want to restrict the press, then you make an order to restrict the press, right? But what they said is, one of the provisions of the Act is like, immunity. All witnesses get immunity. But the reason we're giving you that immunity is so that can be protected from the press. But that doesn't mean immunity is immunity, It's like a sweet does, food's got properties, but the reason why you give them the food, that they're saying the reason why we're giving you it, but that's not the powers of it. That's a reason why you give someone something is not necessarily the effects and properties of it. You say like, you can say like, I walked down the lane to get some exercise, right? But, there are other things that happen as well when you go out, like you get fresh air, you see the sights, you can greet people, but the reason you went out might just be, I'm going out to go to the shop, but other things happen on the way to the shop, just come with it, but I think they're trying to dumb down on that immunity. And I think it's based on the right to petition and, this whole, when the police take you on as a witness, like in the assisting offenders, you get immunity. It's something to do with the right to petition and being on a claimant's or plaintiff's side giving evidence in a casework. But I think they're dumbing us down on that. But so on that subject though, so if you notice, courts have powers to prevent press from publishing something. So what happens, what's the reverse of that? What's the reverse of preventing something being published is making them publish something. So that's actually within court remit and powers. So the press, you see, people might think, what the hell has, a prosecution got to do with a newspaper, or put a witness appeal or anything like that. What's it got to do with a newspaper or a court? Courts convict people, courts subpoena evidence to the court from, for the casework to the defence, from companies. What's it got to do with a newspaper? Well, yeah, courts make orders that newspapers can and can't publish stuff. And therefore, that is a no-brainer that, all right, so you can actually get a newspaper to make them publish something? Well, yeah. If it says that it must be published in at least one newspaper, like, road closure or whatever, so how do you enforce that? Well, you have to get the court to enforce it if the newspaper isn't complying. Just like, really, you can ask someone to give you evidence for an investigation, but if they refuse, then you have to go to the court to force them, to order them to do it. Now, this is the thing with the Petitions Committee. The Petitions Committee is running like a little investigation office, a little tribunal, a little inquiry, and it's got powers, 145A3, which is like for it to subpoena evidence and summon people. So, and those powers have to be able to cover all of the functions that you would need to run a petition. And to have people running petitions, which is one of the main things you need to do in petitions is send letters to people, give notices out, speak to people, have meetings, talk, but also, publish it in the newspaper. Share it by, normal mail or email or however you want, ring someone up on the telephone. So it's got to be 145A3 standing orders. Why? Because in the actual act of law, the town and country planning, which compel, when you're putting notices in public, and even covers digital devices as well, whether they're illuminated or not, it says in Class F, by standing orders of either House of Parliament and through the use of any enactment. Well, if you're petitioning the government, you're using the right to petition, and the provisions are that, you can't be held to any commitments and, you can't be prosecuted. And, you are running by, you have got a standing order of Parliament because the Petitions Committee works by standing orders of Parliament. So, and they're telling you to share this petition. So, you can share it in the newspaper. So actually, the newspapers, that compels it to go into the newspaper, to be put in there and published. Now, I think because traditionally, and before corporate expansion and corporate takeover, you did get free adverts in the public notices. People got free adverts in the public notices, and I think all of the newspapers were doing it because you're not selling anything, like you're not a private company, and you're basically letting the public know that there's something happening. What's going on around here? We're doing a petition. So, it's not one of their stories that they've picked out, but that's why you get public notices that the public can put stories in, whether or not the newspaper want to run it or not. And really, the newspaper are meant to be impartial anyway. So, you're putting it in public notices, not the newspaper writers themselves. But now, in the Inquiries Act, there's a section, not Inquiries Act, sorry, in the Representation of the People Act, there's a section on right to send post free. Now, this is a candidate. If you are acknowledged and recognised as a candidate, and one of the reasons and ways that you are recognised as the official candidate is if you publish that you are in the newspaper, funnily enough. So you get to send every single voter, every single elector in your area, one letter by post, one communication for free. That means that you've informed and contacted everyone. Now, I believe that extends to putting a notice in the newspaper. Now, obviously, if you have to declare that you're the candidate, then surely you put it in the newspaper. Well, I think that would be free as well. Because, if you're declaring that you're the candidate once in the newspaper, and then, you've officially been declared of it, and then you want to contact the electors for free. Now, this is under the election petition rules, and I think it falls under the referendum rules as well. But this is just an example whereby I'm sure that under the right to petition, under what provisions you can't be held to any commitments or be prosecuted, and it is serving a government function, something to do with an address about the government to the people. It's a function of government, and it's enforced by Standing Orders 145A. Then I'm quite certain that really you get to one free advert in the newspaper for the petition, just one. Not, every day, because this is the thing. If they say, we can't give people free adverts, they'll be putting them in all the time. Well, that's why it says one, because then, it's been published then, it's official. Obviously, I don't know what size they'd allow you. I don't think they'd probably give you a full page, but depends what information is absolutely necessary, bare minimum, the bare minimum information, whether it would, fill a tiny little column or whatever, or whatever, that's probably negotiable. But I'm quite certain now that, you can publish one advert in the newspaper, each petition, and people really should be asking the newspaper. But the thing is, so for online petitions, so the government have got their own website. It is the official government website. So actually, when you get a petition published on the website, it has been published by the government anyway, by Parliament. So you don't really need to use the newspaper because it's already on there. But it does tell you to share it by email and platforms. But what happens if you want to get some signatures on paper or in print, which you're entitled to? Or what happens if you're doing the petition in print and not online? This is the thing. I'm starting to think that, you can send one letter. Or this is the thing. Royal Mail might have a heart attack. Royal Mail might go, holy shit. What happens if it's not a local petition to the local council? In one area, it's the whole country. Royal Mail might cack themselves and say, bloody hell, we can't deliver one letter just for your petition to every single person in England. It'd be a nightmare. If everyone started doing that. But then again, this is the thing. Royal Mail used to be, and is supposed to be, it's ours. It's taxpayer owned. It's owned by the public. It's meant to be our Royal Mail. It's ours. We already paid for it. And it wasn't meant to be making a profit out of us. It was meant to be providing a service. So when you think of that and the taxpayers' money, and it was our Royal Mail, doing a petition to the government. It's our Royal Mail. We can send one letter. Now this is the thing in the Post. It would be a lot easier for the newspaper just to publish one advert in the newspaper rather than delivering a letter to everyone. But if you want to be thorough, then you would have it in the newspaper, to officially declare the petition and then send one communication about it to each person. Now, these powers, they're saying these powers are for once you've had a petition and achieved, you're going to have a referendum and you're going to have an election. There's a lot of questioning around this whole independent causes and sponsorship, right? You see, the Tories or the Labour Party will say, well, we're a political party. We have to get donations. We have to, all our adverts and promo are sponsored. Well, you can spend as much as you want on sponsorship, if you want to go overboard with advertising promo and, Tracy Brabin adverts on YouTube and, Keir Starmer or whatever. But that's additional functions. They're really trying to sway and persuade voters, like, with David Cameron, Boris Johnson with their billboard adverts. But we're talking about, like, if they didn't do billboard adverts, if they didn't do TV adverts, if they didn't have a big coach, if they just had bare minimum, if they just sent one communication to every elector and put one advert in a newspaper and then just went to the polling station, well, the thing is, those one letter for mail is free for every candidate, even if you are in a political party. This is the thing. Once you become the candidate for Labour or Tories, even though it's a party that's sponsored by donations, if you're the official candidate, you get to send one letter for free. So you don't need to use the donations. This is like the difference between, Trump using 2/3 as much money as Biden on his campaign because people are throwing money at him. Or RF Kennedy using, the bare minimum money, just enough to get him on the, ballot or whatever. So on that basis, the thing is, if you declare that you are the petitioner, you're the person running the petition, then you can send one communication to each elector and ask them if they want to sign it. And if you sign it, they sign it. If they don't, they don't. That's different to every single person who's helping, all sending mail or messages. But then you can have certain designated people who are helping, because if you've got the right to send one letter to everyone, then, you can't. It might be too much for you to do by yourself. So that's why you have people helping, but they're declared helping, officially acting on your behalf. You see, all that's set out in the Representation of the People Act as well. But just because it's like, it might take you too long to do it by yourself, so you need some assistance or whatever. This is why you need to declare it in the newspaper, so they know who the candidate is and who's acting on their behalf, I suppose, and things like that. There's all this, and then we've got this section on police, illegal police canvassing, where the police aren't supposed to interfere or get involved in political matters when it comes to advertisements and notices in public speaking and so forth, where they actually end up doing, because then there's disputes over how far the immunity covers you and for what acts and actions the immunity covers you, and at what point is it, a criminal offence and at what point is it not. Well, the thing is, with these elections petitions, you can't be prosecuted at common law, or you couldn't be. You can only be fined, and if you commit fraud, then you have to go to the High Court. With normal petitions, it's impossible for the candidate to be liable for electors giving false information when they sign, because you can't stop people lying, really. And this is why usually in petitions, if they check the information, that's why, you have all the information there, and if it is, if it's invalid, then they can't validate it, can they? So, there's nothing you can do. All you can do is make sure that it's valid, because you want all the signatures to be valid. But then again, if you've got a lot of evidence on the petition, it might not need the signatures. This is the thing. Now, getting back onto Parliament, the Standing Orders 145A, there's nothing that tells you how long a petition has to run for. There aren't any rules for duration, or really for the number of signatures. All the standards of the Petitions Committee are all just kind of they're just, it's just guidelines, and they're just saying that that's how they're running the online petitions, but that doesn't go for normal paper ones or for any other websites. So it's not actually the law. It's just the way they're saying they're going to run the online site. Now, what if you want to dispute that, or you could, I suppose, you can resubmit the same petition again after 6 months, and you just get a different number for it, I suppose. But all those petitions that are filed and that did run, you can collect more signatures for them. There's nothing in law stopping you from doing that, really, if you want to continue it and collect more signatures, because you can always amalgamate petitions that are on record. It's basically classed as evidence on file with government, just like, the police have got lots of different cases that if they open an investigation and they have a criminal to do with past cases, it might be relevant to a case at the moment on record, on file. It's just part of functioning of, government and departments. Although there are a lot of regulations around the police and so forth. But so now, why have I gone through all that and spent 42 minutes telling you that? Is because I want to look at this Constitution of the United States, and I want you to think of the First Amendment with the freedom of free speech, and to petition the freedom of the press, what that freedom of the press means. And what I think that freedom of the press is meant to mean is that the whole bill is about running of government and federal law. It's about the public engaging with the government. So when it mentions freedom of press, it has to be talking about in context of the press when you're engaging with the government, which is when you are running elections petitions or publishing things that have to be published or sending communications to the public. That's when the press is free. And they can't obstruct you from doing it, because you've got a lawful right to inform the public. It's not meant to be big corporate entities running newspapers, or Boris Johnson controlling all the columns with his own writing and so forth, and then pricing you out of putting adverts and then adding tax on it, and you can't afford to put adverts, not even one, and so forth. They've basically bullied us. They've taken over the press and bullied us out of it. And then Cameron sold off all these services that really have, a lot of them necessitate function of government and so forth. So this is why I think, now the thing is, so I'm quite certain that freedom of the press in America means that really you don't have to publish, pay to publish. I don't think you have to pay the newspaper in America to publish a notice for a petition, or election or referendum, anything that is for government, even if you're like, an independent or whatever, just because you don't, it's part of the rules of all of America, and I don't think that you can override that with state law, and that's why I'm going to get into reading this and explain kind of why I think that. So really, this is where I wanted to start the video, with this Constitution of the United States. And I'm going to read this, and we're going to see what it's talking about and in context to what. Because at the moment, there's a lot of arguments over state law, state procedure, state rules. And I don't really think that they're allowed to have any. Now, I know that might sound ridiculous, but you have to, I think they've just completely overlooked something very, very fundamental, basic and simple. Because, they had all these separate states and this, Articles of Confederation and independence, but, it's not really until they make the Constitution when really it's not really one country. Really. It's all these separate states that are running under British law, all these separate confederacy of states. When you get the Constitution, what they're really saying is, right, well, this is actually a country, and we're going to actually have some rules for the whole country, which is all of the states. When you say you're going to have rules for the whole country, you're making rules for all the states. If you have a country made up of states, and you say you're making law for the whole country, but it doesn't apply to any of the states, then it doesn't apply to any of the country. It doesn't apply at all. It applies to nothing. It applies to no one. If you have law that says, right, this is a law for all of America, but you say, but it's not state law, so it applies to no states, then it applies nowhere. It applies to nowhere and no one. It doesn't apply, right? So, this is it. And you might say, well, what about, people voting for the president, well, it actually says freedom of press for all of America, the whole of the Constitution of America, freedom of press. That's a law for all of America. If it doesn't apply to any of the states, it doesn't apply to any of America, and it doesn't apply, right? Now, you might say, well, what's the reason, though? Is it to do with the White House and the president, or is it to do with, elections and petitions in the state? Well, I think it would be, I just think it would be pointless to have, why not say, it's the right of the, we the people to petition for the president of America and put notices in the press for that. Just to, clarify, if it didn't apply to all political petitioning and voting and elections in the United States of America, then that would be something worth putting in there. Or else what's the point? Because then it's only in there for voting for a president. Now, if you've got these even if you're petitioning for federal laws, but where do the federal laws apply to if they don't apply in the states? This is the thing. What's the point in federal law? Is it applying all the states? If you've got federal law that applies in those states, it applies to no one, and there's no law, right? So, and the law is about the people acting to get laws made and changed. The Constitution of the United States, which the United States. So now this is where I'm going to actually really start this conversation, because I haven't even started this conversation yet, right? So clear the brain fog, clear the brain fog, clear the brain fog, clear the brain fog. Let it all clear the dopamine, right? I'll read this out, right? The Constitution of the United States. Paul Rand Paul. Bernie Sanders, right? If this is not the constitution of a state, right, particularly 51 of them, then what is it the constitution of? Because it's the constitution of nothing. Is it the constitution of the United States? Kentucky. Is this the constitution of Kentucky? Yes or no? Is this the constitution of Alabama? Yes or no? Is this the constitution of Georgia? Yes or no? Is this the constitution of California? Yes or no? Is this the constitution of Texas? Yes or no? Right, it's states then. This is the constitution of all of the states of America will apply to state law, right? If it doesn't apply to state law, it applies to no one. No one. Because you haven't got anybody. So there's no point having it. That's the point. So, notes. The following text is a transcription of the Constitution as been inscribed by Jacob Shallis, not Jacob Rees-Mogg, on parchment. The document on display in the Rotunda at National Archives Museum. The spelling and punctuation reflect the original. Right. So this is it. So this is the Constitution of America. And it's taken me 51 minutes, 30 seconds nearly to get here. But now I'm going to read it and we're going to see what it means before we even get on to this First Amendment with all this petitioning rights and freedom of the press and free speech. Let's see what the point of it is and whom it does and does not apply to. Right? So, we the people. So, this is everyone in America. Is this people in Texas? Yes. Is this people in Georgia? Yes, the people of Georgia. Is this the people of California? Yes, we the people. Not the president, not the staff of the White House, not the senators in Congress, right? The actual persons in the states themselves, distributed around all of America. Them, we the people, right? In order to form a more perfect union. Oh, wow, union now. Wow, they're all going to get together this time for sure. For something, you know. And it ain't going to be just to stop Cop City. Establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility. Well, you won't get that next to a building site. Or next to a Highway 57 that's been converted into an overpass all through the night with noise, even though you objected to it 10 times. There's no tranquility there, is there? And not on this street where we're living here, because there's no noise all through the night, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, no tranquility. Provide for the common defence. Promote the general welfare. Secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. Ha! Someone's having a laugh. Is it sure this is to Jeff's prosperity, or to Elon's prosperity, or to Bill's prosperity? This we secure the welfare of Bill. We're not worthy. No. So you're allowed to the common defence, promote welfare, secure blessings and liberty. So tranquility. So you can defend yourself. This is keeping the peace, which is the councils are actually never seen keeping the peace at the moment. They're attacking us with God knows what developments, noises, cycle lanes, industrial estates, developments. We can defend it. Common defence. This is in America, by the way. Defence. Can bear arms as well for defence. This is when you get, in America, apparently if they walk into your house, you can shoot them. Although the police have been shooting drones down, even though they're filming for petitions. Evidence for petitions, gathering evidence for investigation for petition campaigns. The police have been shooting them down. They do ordain and establish, apparently the people of America have been given the power of ordination in this. They establish this constitution for the United States. So all the states will be united in this constitution. So, Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. All legislative powers. Section 2. The House of the Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states. Well, at that time there were only several states, now there are more. And the electors, the people who are voting, in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of state legislature. State legislature. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in Congress. So all legislative powers are granted in Congress. The House representing states shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of several states, the electors. Every state shall have qualifications requisite with the electors in the most numerous branch of the state legislature. State law. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years old. So they don't want people who are too young going. And being 7 years a citizen of the United States. So you've got to have lived in America. But this is not to vote, though. This is actually to be nominated and to be a candidate to become elected. So that doesn't even say that you have to have been in America for 7 years to even vote. And who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. So have you got to live in the state? But this is only for a candidate, though. For 7 years. But that's got nothing about voting for them. That's got nothing to do with voting for them, though. That's to become elected. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned from among the several states. So they're going to collect taxes from the states which may be included within this union according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians, not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. So, the number of free persons includes those bound to service. Bound to service, or did they have slaves at that time still? I'm not sure. That's what I need to check up. Oh no, bound to service for a term of years. And excluding Indians, not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. But this is everyone in America voting in the same election by the same rules, surely. So I don't know how they've all ended up with different laws and rules for when you're voting for the president to be in the White House. I don't get that part. Unless they made it in subsequent amendments later on, but how can you even do it in those if Congress can make no law? But we'll get into that in a minute. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. All right, they got the power of impeachment. So they have got a power of impeachment, which is pretty much similar to, the Lords and, it's like in Magna Carta, Lords and Barons can be fined by the equals. Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof, for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Immediately after this shall be assembled in consequence for the first election. They shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators for the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the second year of the second class, and the expiration of the 4th year, and the third class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every second year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments under the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years. Representatives. And being 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. Vice President of the United States shall be President but shall have no vote. The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. Alright, so the Vice President can only vote if they all vote stalemate on anything. The Senate shall choose their other officers and also a President pro tempore in the absence of the Vice President, or when he shall exercise the office of President of the United States. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments when sitting for that purpose, so they cannot like a court. They shall be on oath or affirmation when the President of the United States is tried. The Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Fucking hell, so they'll vote on it. When they're impeaching someone, they'll vote on whether or not they're guilty or not. It's kind of, that's like a little bit like Magna Carta. They've copied this off Magna Carta, this bit. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not exceed further than to removal. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honour, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Trust or profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. So, but that is if they have been convicted, nevertheless. It's questionable if they've got immunity then, or if they've got it unless they get impeached and removed and then they can be prosecuted, or they can be prosecuted anyway but still be president. Well, were they saying that the Trump could be president from prison possibly, or something? He could be president from prison. That's what they were saying, wasn't it? So the impeachment is only removal from office. So this is like Boris Johnson, isn't it, when he's standing down. But it doesn't say they can't be prosecuted, though. Which is like in these election petition rules, when you can actually, but not common law, though, it's meant to be done in the High Court. And they were only actually given a fine as punishment, but they added in imprisonment later on. If you've got the right to petition, and it says all prosecutions, all of them are illegal. But barons and lords can still be fined by their equals. That means that you have got. That means that if you're bringing a case to the government, you can't be prosecuted, but people in government can. But this is the thing: who's working the casework and who isn't? If they're all working the casework, are they all immune? If they're representing you, this is the thing. Although they can't, the thing is, they're only meant to be prosecuted at their own level. That's the thing, not the common law level. You see, that's the same as witness immunity with the whole Crown Prosecution Service taking on witnesses. What would be the point of giving them it? You're saying that you're not going to prosecute them. So it's like in the Senate, what happens if they vote not to impeach their president? I see really doubt, can you actually even be president from prison? You still can be prosecuted. Or does this only render them liable to prosecution if they've been removed from being president? Or to enjoy any office or honour, maybe that the honour is maybe when you've got the honour, that's when you've got the immunity, but then if you're not honoured anymore, trust or profit under the United States. To enjoy any honour, trust or profit? Profit? Eh? If you've been impeached, you can't hold any office of honour, trust, but it says or profit. Does that mean you're not allowed to have a company? You might not be able to have a company under like the equivalent of Companies House, because you get a certificate. Companies House award you you have to have be able to certified to have a company. You might not be allowed to have a company certificate to have a business or a company. If that were the same in England, that would mean that if Rishi Sunak got impeached by Parliament, then he wouldn't be allowed to have any businesses or companies. He wouldn't be able to vote in elections. He won't be able to vote in an election like Mogg, if Mogg gets removed. That means that if Mogg got prosecuted from Parliament, hey, just a minute, Boris Johnson did step down by the Privileges Committee. He admitted fault and he had to resign from Parliament. So if this were Boris Johnson, he has been removed from government. Not allowed to have any positions of honour, trust or profit. So he won't be allowed to, would be allowed to work. Can he have a job? I don't know. No, but a job's not a profit. It's not called a profit. A wage is a salary. You're not making profit. People who have businesses make a profit. When you work, you're doing labour and you get a reward for the labour. You get a salary. You don't make a profit. The salary is to pay your bills and so forth. It's a wage. It's not a profit. A profitable profit is profit. You can have non-profits. But then again, trust, if you've got a non-profit and it's a charity though, can you be trusted with it? According to this, I don't think you're allowed to have a business or company in America if you get impeached, found guilty. So that would mean that, I'm quite certain that, wouldn't that mean that Trump would not be allowed to have any businesses or companies in America, for-profit companies, because he can't be trusted to be in charge? But he would be able to work as a worker and earn a salary, but not make a profit or a certified company. He can't have a charity or trust or any place of honour or reward. That means that he would have to work like a normal person. You would have to go to work. But then again, who could trust him at work? Or office of honour or trust. Well, yeah, you don't have an office if you're just working in the factory shop floor. It means that you might have to go to work. Like, that's the thing that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was he proposed that new, like, when they had that, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he got that, like, he got that guy who'd been incarcerated 5 times or whatever, or however many times, and then he says, like, we're doing, like, a community service thing with the trucks and furniture. Can you imagine Trump working there? Can you imagine Trump working as a truck driver? Or as a caddy on a golf? He might be able to get a job as a caddy. He'd have to work. He won't be able to own. Hey, just what happened to all his businesses, though? Would they be seized by the people, or would they have to pass on to? They'd have to pass on in his will, wouldn't they? They'd have to be automatically passed on as if he'd been deceased, like as if his person, he'd have to pass them on to his next in family kin, and then he'd have to work for them. Wouldn't he have to work for his son or daughter then, as a worker, like at the cocktail bar at Mar-a-Lago or something? Be like odd job. Odd job, like Trump. And maybe Sunak might have to work there with him as well. If Sunak's not allowed to own companies, he'd have to pass it all on to his wife. Well, she's got all the money anyway, hasn't she? She's got more money than him anyway. But he went to have it in his name. That means you have to decide whether you have to write a will. You'd have to either give it all over to your wife. That means that Sunak would have to make a decision. Either he'd have to pass all his businesses on to his sons, and he'd have to work for his sons, surely, or his wife. He'd have to give it all over to his wife. And she might get divorced with the dishonour. He might run off with all his money. Then Sunak would have to be odd job then, wouldn't he? He'd have to work behind a cocktail bar or something in Bangkok. The times, places and manner of holding elections for senators. This is what we need to get Gates. This is why Bill Gates doesn't go anywhere near government positions. I think Elon Musk and Gates and Sergey Brin, I think they're all like switched on. They're like, ooh, don't go near that, don't go near the White House or whatever. It's risky, Can you imagine Mark Zuckerberg having to hand over all of the metaverse to either his wife or to his son or daughter, and then he'd have to work maybe he could get a job in the metaverse, like in a cocktail bar or a bouncer in a nightclub or something. That'd be quite funny. The times, places and manner of holding elections. Obviously, this is the first constitution. They've made loads of these other amendments and things now and switched it all, which is probably what Trump's lawyers are using. But I don't know what amount of it's been changed and which of it's been changed. That means we'll have to go through all of them. We'll have to go through all of the amendments. All however 100 and whatever. I don't know how many there are. I know that there might be 77 for something. I heard someone mention the 77th Amendment, I'm sure. Or the 7th. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state. Right, this is important. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives. Was that only for the House of Representatives? Or does that mean all representatives shall be? All right, okay then. So I was wrong about this. It says shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. The times, places and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But what about the president though? That's not the president though, is it? That's just the senators and representatives. Was that include the president? But the Congress may at any time by law or make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. The places of choosing senators. So Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. When I say Congress shall make no law about, petitioning or the freedom of speech or freedom of press. But so in the First Amendment then, now what I'm thinking is, did they just do that First Amendment to stop the Congress, to stop the federal law from messing around with petitioning rights, did they just do it to stop they're messing around with petitioning rights, freedom of speech, and the freedom of the press. But then again, how have you even got any freedom of press? The thing is, if Congress can override it and make laws, so this is the thing. In the First Amendment, then, have they decided that no one shall mess or alter around with anything to do with petitioning, freedom of speech, or the freedom of the press? Because otherwise, it kind of doesn't make sense, though, does it? Because then it's like saying that Congress shall not interfere with state law to do with petitioning, freedom of speech, and freedom of press. But then again, if the states are going to mess around with it, then you might not have any freedom of speech or freedom of press left. So why would you say that? Why would you say, oh, Congress isn't allowed to get involved in messing around with the free speech, the petitioning regulations, or the freedom of the press in any state? Congress can't override it. But if Congress couldn't override it, but what if all the states override it? And then had ridiculous different rules between them, which were not fair and didn't make much sense. And some of them encroached on, so there was no free speech. So there was no freedom of the press. And there was no freedom of right to petition. Then there wouldn't be any freedoms. So surely that First Amendment, it has to, Congress shall make no law but how can the states? Because if any of the states, that means that the states could take away free speech. So what would the point in saying Congress can't take away free speech, but states can? Then that would be stupid. They would be pointless. The First Amendment has got to be, they've got to be overriding this. They've got to be deciding that, okay, then surely they've got to say that, okay, so the states could make their own petitioning rules, but if it wanted to, Congress can override them. But then they suddenly decide that, oh no, Congress can't make any laws or override anything. But but surely the states can't, or else it won't. They might override it, or have them all different, and then it won't be free speech, and it won't be a free press, would it? So surely it's got to be like override and deactivate the states. Surely it's got to be like Congress can't override the states, but then surely there can't be any laws. Surely. Anyway, the Congress shall assemble at least once every year, and such meetings shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. I say they can appoint what day they meet. The times, places, and manner of holding elections of senators and representatives, does that include the president or not, shall be prescribed, or does that mean all the representatives in the state, in the local councils as well, or just the House of Representatives? It doesn't say House of Representatives, it just says all representatives. Surely shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. Times and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature. But at the start of this, it says that, doesn't it? It says that all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. So that is why they can override it. So what is going on there? It has to mean that none of the states can mess around with. It's got to put a stop to this Section 5. Surely, where is it? Surely it's got to write off this Section 4, that First Amendment, surely. Shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make all of such regulations, except as to the places of choosing the senators. Well, then Congress shan't make any law for freedom of petition. But these are all done by petitions, aren't they? There. Freedom of speech. To abridge the freedom of speech. Well, look, surely a state can't either. I'm absolutely certain that First Amendment's got to write this Section 4 off, surely. Each house shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day and may be authorised to compel the attendance of absent members in such a manner as under such penalties as each house may provide. Each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behaviour, and, with the concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. Determine the rules of its proceedings. What about in the states? They're the states. But how do you do it? But people petition for certain things, don't they? To petition for redress of grievances, complaints. But that's not elections, is it? It's petitioning for redress of grievances, it's like petitions to House of Commons or Parliament, or even complaints. Like Stop Cop City really is a grievance. It's not actually of elections and so forth. Congress shall make no law to abridge. But what if the states do? Yeah, I don't think the states can, because then it won't be free, would it? Any state could make it so it's not so free, and then they're using that overall power to say that they're not going to interfere with it, but the states aren't, at least for redress of grievances. But the thing is, you petition for a referendum, and you petition to get on a ballot for a referendum. Each house shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, except such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy, and the years and nays of members of either house. Oh, it could do with some secrecy. It could actually do with publishing where people even know what it even means. The desire of 1/5 of those present be entered in the journal. Neither house during that session of Congress shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the two houses shall be sitting. I've got a feeling there's quite a lot in this. Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses. They shall, in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses. But what's the point, eh? What would you be arrested for, though? Except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest treason, felony, and breach. They shall in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their... But what would you be privileged from arrest against? They've got treason separate from felony and felony separate from breach of the peace. During their attendance. Interesting that usually for petitioning in England, people were arrested for breaching the peace and, public disorders, but then we get the right to petition without being prosecuted. So the public themselves, when petitioning, can't be arrested for breach of the peace. And the police can make certain felonies if they're pursuing the law. So treason, that's subverting the liberties and rights of the realm. So that would be like denying us our rights or cheating the process. Felony, so like if you kill someone, steal someone's handbag, and cause disruption in the house, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses, and in going and to returning from the same. So that's travel. And for any speech or debate in our house, they shall not be questioned. They shall not be questioned in any other place. Ah, right, okay. So they can't, they shall in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. It kind of, but in all cases, except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session. Can't be arrested while they're in there. Who put that comma in there? I wonder if that comma's meant to be in there or not. Because if it said, they shall in all cases, well, a case is when, like, we bring a case to the petitions committee, don't we? When we're petitioning ourselves. They're doing casework for us, representing us in there, in all cases, except if it meant the treason felony. If it said they shall in all cases except the treason felony, so the offence of treason. If it meant the offence of treason, the felony of treason, a treason felony, and a breach of the peace, which meant disrupting the House, although apparently you've got freedom of speech in the debate, I don't know how you can breach the peace if you can say what you want in there. Disrupting the proceedings. Order, be privileged from an arrest during their attendance at the session and ongoing and returning to. They've got immunity. They've got immunity from being arrested. I wonder if it means that, like if they've committed a crime and they're on their way there, then they're protected till they get back out again. I wonder if it means that I wonder if it means that if they're like, going about normal day and something happens like a crime, but then they're on their way to the Senate and then they're speaking in there, they can't be arrested, and they can't be arrested on their way back until they get back, unless they are committing treason or, like attack or headbutt someone in there or break the peace in there, which that would mean that, like, they can't be basically, if they've committed any, that would mean that if they've committed any crimes outside of the Senate, right, that the police can't intervene. They can't intervene unless they were actually disrupting the Senate. That would mean that like, if they committed some crime on the streets, but they can't be arrested, unless they're in the Senate and they actually disrupt the peace in the Senate, or attack someone in the Senate. Because otherwise, there's nothing left, is there? I mean, if you hadn't committed a felony, why would you be arrested? You know, you wouldn't be arrested if you hadn't committed a felony. Now, if you were going to commit a felony inside there, then they kind of want you to stop you doing it because it would be causing disruption. But outside, you need to go there. I'm reading this now as like the police, unless they're actually committing treason or attacking someone in the Senate itself or disrupting the Senate, that they can't be arrested when they're on the way there. Privilege from arrest during their attendance at the session and in going to and returning from the same, and for any speech or debate in either house. They shall not be questioned in any other place. They can't talk about no Senate representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created. But manual its whereof shall be increased during such time when no person holding any office of the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office. A civil office. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose. Have they translated this right? Concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill shall have passed out of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it become a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it, but if not, he shall return it with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated. Who shall honor the objections at large in the journal to proceed to consider it. After such consideration, 2/3 of the House shall agree to pass the bill. It shall be sent together with the objections to the House, by which shall likewise be reconsidered. And if approved by 2/3 of the House, it shall become a law. Alright, so the President can kind of like knock stuff back like the House of Lords in a way, but only to a certain extent. In most cases, the votes of both houses will be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered in the journal of each house, respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays after it shall be presented to him, the same shall be law, in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress, by their adjournment, prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. If you had a resolution offered to the occurrence of the Senate and House, written these member states, and question of adjournment shall be presented to the President of the United States, before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him or be approved by him, shall be repassed by two of the Senate. In the case of a bill. In the case. They use the word case because that's the work they're doing, and that's the work we're doing. We're petitioning on certain cases, which confirms that that's what we're engaged in, and we can engage in it. But they are elected for terms to deal with everyone's cases, I suppose, not just one case. Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for common defence and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform. And excises shall be uniform with the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States to regulate commerce. Uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies for the United States. Coin money regulate the value thereof. Foreign coin fixed standard weights and measures to provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current. Establish post offices and roads. I'm pretty sure that in America they'll be allowed to send a certain amount of posts free as well for certain things. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive rights to their respective writings and discoveries. Hey, it's got like copyright in here in the actual Constitution of America. Useful. Well, what if Congress want to use the useful arts in free speech? Securing for limited times and authors and inventors to the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offences against the law of nations. See, it's using the word offences against the law of nations. Felonies committed at high seas. So it's referring to determine and punish piracies and then, so to define and punish piracies, right, then and, so and is like a break word, to define and punish piracies and, right, felonies committed on the high seas. So there it's using the word felonies in reference to specific types of felonies. Felonies committed on high seas and offences against law of nations. That is what I was thinking about when it said in Congress, it said treason felonies. Now if you put the comma in there, treason, comma, and then separate felonies to mean all felonies, any felony, it kind of doesn't make sense, because if you, there's no point having, what's the point in not being able to be arrested? I'm sure that it means a specific category of felonies, and evidence is here. It's here we've got, look, here, a category of felonies described in several words. Felonies committed on the high seas, and again, offences of a certain type. Offences against the law of nations, right? This is in section 8. This is why I'm thinking that is evidence when it says treason felony. They shall in all cases except treason felony. Well, treason is a type of felony. The felony of treason, except the felony of treason. Later on, it refers to, when it raises felonies up, it's referring to them specific branches or types of felony. And it even goes into greater numbers of words, like up to sometimes 5 or 6 words just to say that. Except treason felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest. So that would be like treason against the state, corruption in the Senate, and breaking obviously, disrupting proceedings. Treason or disrupting the proceedings of the Senate, be privileged from arrest during their attendance. Because otherwise, you wouldn't be privileged from arrest. There would be none. There would be no privilege from arrest. Because if felony meant every single felony possible, then, right, in all cases except every single crime you can think of, you can be privileged from arrest. That is dumb. That is the dumb. So that is, it except for the type of felony that is treason or a breaching of the peace, which is a disruption of the House. But you've got free speech. But clearly if you're using your free speech and speaking whatever words you want in your opinion, in any manner, possibly even, swearing, but not disrupting the House or defrauding the nation, then... But then again, what if you attack someone in there? I don't know. Maybe. Well, that would be breaching the peace, wouldn't it? I guess if you attack someone in there, then it would be breaching the peace. You'd be breaking the peace. So they need to kind of like order, or have you removed like in Parliament, I suppose. So how would you be, stealing? Well, I suppose in a way, I mean, at the end of the day, if Rand Paul ate, Ted Cruz's sandwich, quietly, that's not disrupting, it's not necessarily disrupting proceedings, and it's definitely not, it's not treason, is it? I mean, I guess, Senator Rand Paul, he's not necessarily defrauding the public or committing treason against the state if he did steal Ted Cruz's sandwich and lunch and did not pay him for it and ate it all. And it looks like he's probably already been doing that, looking at the size of his tummy. That's theft. So if he, peacefully and quietly, to hell with this Senate. You think you're all a load of idiots, although I'm not disrupting proceedings. That's just what I feel. You're all a load of wankers. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. Carry on. Proceed as you are. You're a set of wankers. Can't stand any of you. And by the way, I'm having Ted Cruz's sandwich, the cunt. It's not treason. I haven't defrauded the state. I am defrauded the United States of America. It's just Ted Cruz. It's his only sandwich. It's not his casework for government. That's his sandwich box. That other casework there that's his casework. Look, there's the other case with all Trump's illegal documents in there. Surely that's treason. Well, there's classified documents that he's been taken out of Congress, But if Trump would have stolen, Ted Cruz's, lunch, those briefcases from Congress, then he can do it. Look, I've been stealing Rand Paul's lunch. Look, he's lost 10 stone. Oh no, he's put it back on again. I'm trying to help him. I'm stealing his lunch. I'm just trying to help him lose some weight. Look, all these burgers I've got from McDonald's, I steal, he stole the baby. Like, you steal the, it's like, oh look, it's Rand Paul, here he comes with a big skip full of burgers. What are you doing with that skip full of burgers, Rand Paul? Well, I'm saving the country from obesity and addiction. I've seized them all. I've seized all the McDonald's food in this big truck that's pulling up at RFK Jr.'s backyard with the milkman. This is not disrupting government. It's a private company. I'm just saving everyone. As you are, carry on with proceedings. You set of wankers. You set of greedy bastards. You Kentucky, Kennedy, Kentucky, stuff in your face, you fat cunt. How dare you? Well, I dare. Carry on. You can respond to me if you want. I'm not disrupting these proceedings. This is it. It's got to mean the felony of treason. It has to. And I would say that. Well, what about if they attack somebody? Well, I would say that that would be breaching the peace. But then I would say that they might not get prosecuted for attacking someone. They might just like grab them and say you're breaching the peace, and either have them removed or restrained or calmed down or whatever. I'm not sure. That's an interesting one. I think they can. It did say that they can be prosecuted when removed. At least prosecute. Oh no, they get voted out. They vote each other out. Oh, that's for treason, isn't it? I think that's for treason. Oh yeah, but then they've got to vote. They've got to vote, haven't they? So if you're breaking the peace in there, if half of them don't think that it is breaking the peace, I don't think that it is it? And if they don't believe it is, then you won't get prosecuted by the other courts because surely they've got a higher jurisdiction. They've got like a higher jurisdiction, surely. So if they voted that they weren't breaking the law, then I don't think they could be prosecuted. But I do think that if they do prosecute them and they're removed, then they can be prosecuted. Something like that. Going to making it complicated. I'm absolutely certain that that's the felony of treason, because it later on it uses felony. It doesn't like use it as like a just catch all. It's kind of using it like it's specifying areas of felony, and that would make sense. Because you breach of the peace, if you attack someone in there, you'd be breaking the peace, wouldn't you? Automatically breaking the peace. Now, whether or not they would all decide that be privileged from arrest during their attendance. They can't be arrested, but they can be voted. It's not arrest, though, is it? Then they can even return home. But they can I think they can. I think they can just do them there and then. I think they can all just say right, like so much percent of them can, 2/3 of them can just say right, can get rid of them there and then if they want. But then they won't be. But only if it's treason. But they're allowed to say what they want, speech-wise. But they can't be prosecuted on the way back home either. I only think that they can be prosecuted at law if they decide that they're breaking the law in there. It's the right of the subject to petition the king, and all prosecutions and commitments for doing so are illegal. That means that even the barons and lords can be judged by the equals and fined by the equals. But when you're petitioning the government, prosecution is illegal. An election fraud. There's a separation for petitions for grievances versus elections and candidates. For petition against grievances, it's like bringing a case to the government. And that's the one that you're not allowed to be prosecuted for, which is separate from it's separate from elections, and even for people in Parliament. This is where we were anyway. To constitute tribunals, inferior to the Supreme Court. To define and punish. This is where we were. To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning. So you can't declare war in the Bill of Rights. You're not allowed to have a standing army, or you're going to do a good. You're going to, if you haven't got a standing army, if you're just one person, you're allowed to arm yourself for defence, but not attack. See, breaking the peace. What does constitute to breaking the peace? You can say what you want. Grant letters of marque and make rules concerning captures on land and water. To raise and support armies, but no portion of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. What are the America doing in the current wars to provide a minimum, maintain a navy, to make rules for government and regulation of the land and naval forces, to make rules for government regulation of the land. To execute the laws of the Union. Maybe this is where MI5 have been abusing their powers to provide for calling forth militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections and repel invasions. Well, insurrections, as long as it's not treason or breaking the peace. Where you can say what you want. As long as you're not... Well, this is a thing. They get quite passionate and arguing in Parliament, but that's apparently just how they do it, loud, you know. Rowdy. That's not breaking the peace, according to them. Or unless 2/3 of them say so. To provide for organising, arming and disciplining the militia and governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively and appointment of the officers and the authority of training a militia according to discipline prescribed by Congress, to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever of such district not exceeding 10 miles square, as made by cessation of particular states and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. I wonder what this... over such district. Particular states. So they've got like 10 miles square in every state. And the acceptance of Congress become the seat of government. So that means that there's got to be purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state, in which the same shall be for the erection. Isn't the legislature of the state, the legislature of the state's got to be from federal law to make all laws which shall be administered in proper carrying into execution of foreign powers. All powers vested in this constitution by the government of the United States or any department or officer thereof. Importation of persons. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. Well, you're not in rebellion if you're trying to collect signatures from people for a petition, that's for sure. No matter if you're breaking the peace or not, or you're speaking freely. You can't speak freely if they're not letting you. And there's, like, apparently if half of the public don't think it's breaking the peace, then who says it is? No bill or attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. Doesn't say terrorism though, does it? Rebellion. You're not allowed to accuse them of terrorism or... this is that Chris Carr guy is trying to say that they're all doing racketeering. But it's got to be rebellion. Surely. And for casework to government, apparently they're protected from everything except treason, breach of the peace, which is basically letting people go in about their own business, but you can say what you want. I don't think they can be. I don't think they can be charged unless it's in whatever insurrection. I don't think that. It says all felonies. You got immunity in casework the same as senators. I think that it is. I don't think unless it's an actual rebellion or a war, which it's not, because you're actually trying to go about collecting signatures. If you've got loads of signatures and people say that they support it and it's not breaking the peace, that's the thing. No capitation of a direct tax shall be laid unless in proportionate census. Oh, anyway, yeah. No bill or attainder of ex post facto law shall be passed. Or invasion of the public safety. Invasion of the public safety. Well, that's going into people's private houses, though. But they can shoot people anyway when they go into the house. I don't think that they've been invading in people's public safety. Not flying a drone. I think flying a drone over filming, gathering evidence is like for investigative purposes. That's definitely not rebellion. Maybe commandeering the kind of like building trucks and stuff like that, taking over the constructing vehicles is. And then again, if that was Gail Bradbrook breaking a window, maybe you could safely break a window. Cases of rebellion. maybe Extinction Rebellion, our rebellion, but they're actually collecting signatures from people. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. No preference shall be given for any regulation on commerce or revenue of the ports of one state with a zero rule. Shall vessels bound from zero price to enter, clear, or pay duties in another treasury in consequence of the provision. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, office or title of any No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office or profit or trust under them. Well, that includes businesses under them as well. If you've got a business in England under His Majesty's government, that's a business, that's Rishi Sunak. No title, like Prime Minister, or nobility shall be granted by the United States. Well, they don't grant it to anyone. And no person holding any office or profit or trust under them, under offices of nobility or title, shall, without the consent of Congress, except of any present office or title or any kind whatsoever from any king, except of any present. Also, that's why George Lucas didn't get knighted for Star Wars. He's not allowed, I don't think, by the United States. And no person holding an office or profit or trust. Well, that means a business under the government shall, without the consent of Congress, except of any present office or title of any kind whatsoever, or like general or commissioner, warden, steward, from any king, prince, or foreign state. Well, that's interesting for United Nations, isn't it? For the United Nations and so forth. What's Jean-Luc Picard doing knocking around in America then? No title of nobility. How long has he been in there for? I bet he was over there for more than 7 years, wasn't he? Has he become a citizen of the United States? Can he allow it to be Sir Jean-Luc Picard, Sir Patrick Stewart? What about Branson? Branson lives in America. Those islands are off the coast of America, right? They're the American islands, or are they completely and totally separate? I don't give Branson no title of nobility shall be granted to the United States, and no person holding any office of profit, of trust. That's a company. Under them shall, without the consent of Congress, except of any present among office or title of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state. I wonder if Branson and Patrick Stewart had consent of Congress for their knighthoods then when they were living in America. I'm sure they become American citizens when they were there for so long. No title of a nobility at all whatsoever shall be granted by the United States, but no person holding any office for trust or title shall, without consent of Congress, except of any present office or any title of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state. That's interesting. I wonder how long wasn't Harry over there for a while? Something to do with businesses and ownership of businesses in America, I bet. Something sketchy going on there. Except any office title, but also there's not any office or profit or trust under them. Some consent of Congress. Was Congress consenting to all this BlackRock, Vanguard, Charles stuff? That's probably why maybe Charles, maybe that's why they got BlackRock, Vanguard. Maybe they're hiding a lot of the, maybe if you've got all these things in American ownership and countries and knocking around, it gets sketchy, doesn't it, with Congress having to approve everything. When King's knocking around with business, American business. I wonder what companies Charles has got in America then. If he's a king and he's got for-profit companies that he's got in America. No state, we need to find out what's on his will, won't we? Because, he might be breaking the law in America. He could be breaking the law without consent of Congress, Charles. Charles and Harry and William could be knocking around in America, could be breaking the law, depending on how long they've been over there. I know that Patrick Stewart had been over there for a while, and when he's filming Star Trek, and also Branson is knocking around off the coast of America somewhere on an island. I don't know whether it falls within the states or not. Section 10. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance or confederation, grant letters of marque or reprisal coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin, tendering payment of debts, pass any bill, retainer, ex post facto law or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. No state shall, without consent of the Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports except what may be absolutely necessary to execute inspection laws and any abuse of all duties and imposts. Lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state or with a foreign power, or engage in war. What? Oh, some states are fucking engaging in war, supplying. And they entered agreements to the supplying weapons. Some of the states are supplying weapons and engaging in war. Unless actually invaded. What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. Has this been repealed? That war would have been illegal by this amendment, or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. They're not in imminent danger. Article 2. The execution power, the executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States. Oh, here we go. Article 2. Now we're getting on to the President. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with the Vice President chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. Each state shall appoint in such a manner as the legislature thereof. Each state shall appoint in such a manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. It says, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. So the legislature only may direct, says what it says here, the may direct. Each state shall appoint in such a manner as the legislature thereof allows to direct, or is allowed to direct, a number of electors equally to the whole number of senators, equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled. In the Congress. Direct a number of electors equal to the number of senators. Well, the states. As an no person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector. So they don't vote. You can't vote for yourself if you're a candidate. Should we put? Boy, it says holding an office of trust or profit. Does that mean that business owners didn't vote in America? Like Trump wouldn't vote. So people who work in the government, people who hold an office, or businesses don't vote, only the standard citizens. Really? Direct number of electors equal to the whole number. I don't get that part. Don't make sense. Equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to be which the state may be entitled. Well, they're only entitled to. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot. But this is giving you fucking rules. Right, this is what I wanted to find out about. It's telling you, right, each state shall appoint in a manner as the legislature thereof may direct. Well, if it may not direct certain things, it's not allowed. Only things that it may. But but then it goes on to tell you how they're going to do it. So it's like, if every state has got its own legislation on it, why is it proceeding to go into telling you how it's going to be fucking done now? This is the thing. Now we'll tell you how we're going to do it. We're going to tell you how you're going to do it now. Now we're actually going to tell them how they're going to do it. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and for the number of votes. Well, this is telling you, this is the Constitution of America is telling you how you're going to fucking vote in each state. So how can it be done by state law? As the legislature thereof may direct. Well, it may only direct it to... He's telling you now. He's telling you how to fucking do it. It's in... They shall make a list of the persons voted for and a number of votes for each, and which they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of government of the United States. And vote by ballot for 2 persons. So you vote by ballot. So all the persons voted for, and of all the number of votes for each. Well, that doesn't mean people have to be fucking registered. They're just like going to, the electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant. They just can vote for who they want. You can just write it down. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and for the number of votes for each. And a list they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed. So people just say, I want Arnold Schwarzenegger to be the, president. You just write something like, it's like write down the name. It's like you nominate someone, you nominate who you want. You nominate who you want. You nominate who you want. What are they actually... the rules are here. They're right in here. You write down who you want. You don't pay. You don't even pay to get on the ballot. You don't have to petition to get on there. Everyone in the state, everyone's meant to write down who they want to be president. So, if Russell Brand, if everyone in Texas suddenly started talking and saying, hey, why don't we have Russell Brand as president? Hey, that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? They just write his name down and on paper, and then that's it. This is the Constitution of America. This is not state law. You write down who you want. Now, if someone don't want to do it, or if they're not eligible because they're not actually an American, I mean, according to this, if everyone in, Florida thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny if Jack Black was president, they could just go write his name down on a bit of paper, and then surprise, surprise, when they're adding it all up, oh look, there's a lot of people who want Jack Black to be president. He didn't even know that he wanted to be president. Well, he's not from the state. Well, apparently one person doesn't have to be from the state, as long as they're American. Sealed. You can have like, it's like blind date. You can have like a surprise candidate. So everyone writes Mark Zuckerberg down, and then he's the president, and then all the Senate could say that impeach him and take his business off him because he's you're not allowed to have a business anymore in America. You can take his business off him. Well, you're not allowed to have a business anymore. for profit. To the seat of government in the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. Wow. Can you think that they'd count them all in there? The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the president. What happens if everyone writes a different name down? Who writes their own name down? If such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if there be more than one who have such a majority and have an equal... Well, according to this, you can do... It's the right of the subjects to petition. You can write down what you want. So, I mean, according to this, I mean, you could have Nigel Farage, Tice, Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer on there, but all the electors could write down, Michael Jackson or, Alan Partridge. He could, according to these rules, we could all turn up at the polling station and all those boxes on the ballot paper, so they're all a load of rubbish. I'll write down Alan Partridge. You could write down Alan Partridge. Well, here's the subjects to petition the king. That's what you want, and all prosecutions for doing so are illegal. So there's 3 candidates on here, like Tice, Farage. Bollocks to them. Partridge. Could I get Alan Partridge written down on there? You could do it. You could write Alan Partridge down on there. Surprise! This is similar to, all the law that says, these are the referendum rules. But by the way, if you want, you can petition for your own referendum rules. You could write, well, we don't have a president in England, but, I don't see why you couldn't do this at the ballot box on voting day. I don't see why. The thing is, everyone votes for a party now when you're voting for a person. This is the thing. You're meant to be voting for people, a person. This is why the Secretary of State is refusing to do things. He's meant to be voting. He's a Secretary of State. He's got appointed. He's meant to be working for the people. We're doing a petition. We collect signatures and we want a referendum on, Stonehenge Tunnel. And what he's doing is he's conducting himself in, Conservative Party politics when he's meant to do what, people vote for him to do. And this is the problem. They've tricked us that we aren't voting for a person who is appointed to serve us in government. They're kind of tricky, like, you voted for Labour now, we've got to do what Labour says and wants, but we don't. It's a con. It's kind of like a big trick. And then, apparently, according to, I can't see why the right to petition wouldn't apply for election petitions. You could just turn up and write Neil Oliver down when you go vote, or George Galloway or something. As if they hadn't stolen all his voting notices. The House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for president. Oh, just a minute. Or if they have equal number of votes, right? And then the House of Representatives chooses. And if no person or majority, then from the 5 highest on the list of the said House shall in like manner choose the president. But in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member of members. 2/3 of the states by a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the president, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the vice president. But if there should remain 2 more of equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them. I like these rules. They've probably changed these, but these were the original rules. I like these rules. On this basis, there is no fee to... There is no getting on the ballot. You could say to everyone, just dropping a hint, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I won't mind being president this year. I'm getting myself out and about there, hoping that you write my name down. You're wanting them to write your name down, but you don't have to get on the ballot according to this. You don't have to pay to get on it or petition them to get on it. And if you are petitioning them to get on it, you're not actually collecting a certain number of signatures, a designated number of signatures. By petitioning them, you're effectively saying, RFK to Houston, come in Houston. RFK to Houston, do you hear me? Yeah, I'm up for it, I'm up for the job, I won't mind being it. I mean, who else are you going to choose? Trump? Biden? Jack Black? Yeah, put my name down on there. You can write in for me. That's... So basically, he's appealing to them. He's making an appeal. I appeal to the people. So in a way, you are petitioning for them, because when you're petitioning for them, you're trying to get people to sign your petition. Oh, will you? I want to stop you, Les. Will you sign? I won't mind being the president. Will you put my name down? Yeah. You don't actually, according to these rules, you don't have people write down who they want, going from hearsay or from the freedom of the press. You see, they got the freedom of the press, so RFK might put an advert in there. Choose RFK for president, right? Puts in all the newspapers. Anyone else stepping up? Might get Jack Black. Oh, I'll do it. I'm doing it. I'll put his name down, chop it thunder. I'll have a go. Put my name down. You got to appeal to people. But then everyone, might think, well, I think that old Dan Dixie from Kansas might make a better president. I think I've had his dandy name down on here. This is it. Obviously, they've changed this in, amendment number whatever, fucking 364. Fuck knows what they're dicking around with these amendments. But clearly this can't be... This was the original one. I can't believe they've changed it. I can't believe the political parties have taken over, because you don't actually have political parties in this. It's just the person. Surely there's got to be a legal case to revert. Well, you could petition. You could petition to revert back to the original constitution. You could petition the White House to revert back to the original. In fact, you could write that on voting day. You could just write, I revert him back to the original. I petition, the White House to revert back to the original Constitution of America, and I choose Jack Black. Whatever. You could do that if everyone wrote it down. You could do that. According to this, the Congress may determine the time and choosing the electors. The time for choosing the electors and the day on which they shall be given their votes. All right, Congress can choose which day it's going to be. Well, there's this. Look, it's telling you how to do it. So there's not much left to the states for rules. This is the Constitution of America and how they're going to vote for the president. Surely they were doing similar voting for the senators as well. So you actually, by the very first original constitution, you definitely don't have state law rules, although it does mention about the number of electors and so forth, but I mean, that's registered voting, and who's registered, how do they know who's registered and who's been alive in the country? They've got to check and so forth. So I guess that's all just to do with validating people, not actually to do with getting on the ballot or who was on the ballot or what you're fucking writing down when you turn up. That's just the validation of voters from the state validation. They've got to validate who's been living there for so long and so forth. The Congressman, no person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of president. Or you can be senator if you've lived there for so long. But no person except a natural-born citizen. or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident. And been 14 years, No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen, within 14 years at the time of adopting this. Well, they've got to have been 14 years at the time. The case of the removal of the president from office or his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties. That's got to be Biden. Inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office. That's got to be Biden. The same shall devolve on the vice president, and the Congress may by law provide for the case for removal, death, resignation, or inability. Why haven't they got rid of Biden already? Both of the president and the vice president. And what if he's not capable? What happens if they don't think the vice president's got the? What if she's already proved that her law is not up to standard? What if the vice president, claiming that she's a lawyer of high due respect, that she actually turns out she doesn't really have much legal training or intelligence for the job? She's not qualified. What happens if they vote that? Declaring officers shall then act as president, and such officers shall act accordingly until the disability be removed. Biden is not got. I can't believe they've not already got him out. Surely Biden can't be fit for president. The president shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall be elected. A compensation he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States or any of them. Before he on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath. Oh, it's even got the oath in it. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Well, if this is the Constitution of the United States, then they haven't done a very good job preserving or protecting it, because it's been amended about 77 times or whatever, or however many times. It's been amended umpteen times, there's not left of it. Preserve, protect, defend the Constitution, but they keep trying to change it all the time. They definitely haven't preserved or protected that method for choosing who's going to be the president, because you could apparently have Bigfoot. People could write Bigfoot down. The Hendersons. People could write that they want the Bigfoot to be the president, but if they can't find the Bigfoot, then they're going to have trouble looking for him. Maybe they all write his name down, write Bigfoot, and then they'll go looking for him. Where's the... Although that's getting a bit silly now, but in theory, you could do it. Quite surprised Bill Gates hasn't hacked it and got himself voted in. Although then, if he got into trouble and got impeached, then he wouldn't be allowed to have a Microsoft or any companies or trusts or the Bill Gates Foundation or anything like that would be stripped from him, and he would have to start flipping burgers. He would start flipping burgers. You know, he'd be picking carrots on one of his. Belinda. I don't even know if he'd pass it all to Belinda. I don't even know if he's got any children, Bill Gates. Whoever he passed it on to, he'd have to end up working for them. On a wage. He wouldn't have to be allowed to make any profits himself. He'd probably be picking strawberries. The president shall be commander-in-chief of the army. I don't think they have preserved and protected it. And in fact, it's under threat now from the World Health Organization. It's questionable what Charles is doing in association with that, and what Charles is doing knocking around with Knights of the Realm, Nick Clegg. What's Nick Clegg doing knocking around in America? in these big companies and businesses when he's serving a foreign king. You know, that's covered in this as well. There's a lot of questionable things going on. If we went back in time to this first, this before the First Amendment, there'd be in trouble, because there'd be all kinds of, Biden would be out. Biden would be gone for sure. You know, I don't know what the hell Branson's doing, kicking around the islands off the coast of Florida or whatever, wherever he is, or Jean-Luc Picard. God knows what other knights of the realm are floating around in America or have been living over there for more than so many years and become citizens with their business enterprises. President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy and of the United States and of the militia. They've got the militia separate from the Army and the Navy of the several states. So they've got their own kind of like militia. When called into the actual service of the United States, he may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offences against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. Well, that's like in the 1700 Act of Settlement, you know, when they decided to make it so that, you know, prosecutions by impeachments by Parliament cannot be pardoned or appealed. But that means that if the Supreme Court's not in Parliament, there's something else other than the Supreme Court, which means that it really isn't the highest court, because you've still got the Privy Council. It's kind of a con. I think that's a bit of a con. It's a bit of a con. He shall have power by and with the advice and consent of Senate to make treaties, or provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and shall nominate by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall nominate ambassadors. He can clear people for crimes though, which is quite good. It's a shame that the Prime Minister doesn't do it, or ask the Lord Chief Justice to do things like that. With advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint, like, you know, this is what John Pym was doing with the Long Parliament, getting people out of prison. Shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers, and when they actually had a parliament, when they got one together, when they got the Long Parliament together and started having it regular, and started getting people out of prison, judges of the Supreme Court and all other offices of the United States. So he's above. The President of America is actually he's above a judge, really. Well, at least when he gets into state, whose appointments are not therein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law, but the Congress may, by law, vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. The President shall have powers to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. I wonder if next section, I'm just kind of thinking of Roger Hallam now, just coming to my mind when he stole that food from the supermarket. If it wasn't particularly breaking the peace and wasn't treason against the government, if it was like for like some sort of promotional thing for the you know, what do you call it, Burning Pink party, if you're petitioning in England, if you take that petitioning to mean similar powers to what they're writing in this, I don't think that if you speak freely, but, you know, if it's not breaking the peace, is what according to most people. I mean, how can you have breaking the peace when, if you can legally have building sites that are really annoying people, then surely you can definitely do equal to that through petitions, that's for sure. You might be able to take food from supermarkets if it's for a political campaign, because at the end of the day, a lot of people give away, supermarkets throw a lot of food away as well that goes out of date. They've got to throw a lot of food away that goes out of date anyway, ironically. And they give a lot to charity. Back to this. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary, and expedient, he may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses of or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper, and shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all officers of the United States. Well, we're not getting, Biden's not upholding, he's got to uphold our rights. They're not upholding our rights on YouTube, are they? According to this, you've got to uphold all the rights and privileges of the United States. But yet Biden is telling them to take down people's political material. That surely that has got to render him for impeachment. That Biden should be impeached for telling YouTube to take those things down, according to this. And further than that, he's not even fit to be president anyway. He can't even walk up a set of stairs and across the stage. Measures he shall do on expedient occasions convene both or sometimes shall think proper, shall receive ambassadors, take that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all officers of the United States. Because he's not taking care that the laws be faithfully executed. He's intervening in people's political freedom, abridging the right of petition and freedom of speech. He's abridging the right of free speech when it's for political matters. Now, the thing is, for Congress, you've got to speak about Congress matters only in Congress, but for petition, to get your case into Congress, you've got to speak about it out of Congress to get it into Congress, out in public, which is why they were trying to, arrest people for private meetings and so forth in the 1640s here in England. Biden would be out of commission by this original constitution. Biden would be out of it. He'd be just gone. I think Trump would be struggling, particularly with all his business dealings and so forth. He wouldn't be allowed. He's not allowed to have. You're not allowed to have registered companies and businesses under the government if you've been impeached and naughty. You're not trusted. You're not trusted with any profits, public positions. You won't be able to have a company in the company's house. Is the equivalent of company's house, that, because you get certified by the government. You're trusted to be a secretary of a registered company with government. I like this. This is great. I'm on section 4 now. This is amazing. This is brilliant. I love this constitution. I like it. It was a good idea. So it's a shame they started dicking around with it and amending it and so forth, which seems to contradict itself. Amendments, I don't know, how can you keep and uphold the Constitution by amending it? I don't know. Maybe Mickey Mouse can when his time's run out. I don't know, but, it doesn't make sense. The judicial power of the United States, Article 3, shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. Well, the people ordained this whole thing in the first place. The judges from both, they were messing around with the lower courts and the powers. I don't see it. Surely it would break the Constitution to mess around with us. This is the thing. When you write up these constitutions, how can you possibly in any concept uphold it if you are changing it? That's not upholding it, is it? Court shall hold their offices during good behaviour, but shall at stated times receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. The Supreme and Inferior Court shall hold offices during good behaviour. Well, when are they not going? When are they not having good behaviour? And shall at stated times receive for their service as a compensation. Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity. Well, equity, they're always using that word in Dragon's Den in business anyway. I think we've been fleeced by these business and companies who actually ended up taking over the government now. All these business and companies have got so much money, they're not letting us use the newspapers and advertising for function of government. They're withholding our rights. They're using mass psychological advertising power on us. They're forming parties, so they're making you think that we have to do what a party says when actually the candidate has to do what we say. And then, they're trying to take over the world. According to this, the Constitution of America, if anyone fucks around, they get the business taken off them, and they're not allowed to make profits under America anymore. That's, this is what I've been saying. We need to seize. We need to let everybody say, right, we're not having oligarchs anymore. We're just taking it all back. You've nicked all this money off us, This is the thing. Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. Who are these people? According to this, the original Constitution of America, if you fuck around with a country, you're not allowed to make profits out of it. You're not trusted to have a business or even to have a charity or to be in any position of authority or trust. You have to get back to get picking blackberries again. I'd fuck them, me. This is what we need to be doing to, Musk, Zuckerberg, Gates, Bezos, all of them. These people knew what they were doing. These people knew what they were doing. But then again, you've got all these people with the tobacco, Virginia, tobacco leaves, all these different companies, overseas ventures and so forth. But then again, there was lots of people from England doing businesses over there. Maybe they were thinking, if the foreign powers were... that adventure company, HSBC, or what from Canada, this is the royals dicking around with their adventure companies, Branson's Island, I'm an adventurer, making money, I've got a new tobacco plantation, not in this country, you ain't Sonny Jim, you get impeached, although, you can't get to president if you haven't been born there, but, all these people like Trump and so forth, they're taking the piss out of everyone, they fleeced everyone. And it's as bad as, His Majesty's, leisure suit Larry company abroad. Now they've formed these massive Vanguard companies. And they're breaking this. They would have been breaking this first constitution by even sending those weapons over abroad. That would have been illegal as well. Seriously, if you reverted to this constitution, there would be absolute... bedlam, they would all be getting fucked. They would be getting fucked by the law. They would be getting bang, 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 get that hammer down, bang, 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 bang. The current judges of America are a disgrace. The current judges of this country, America now, they're an absolute disgrace and shambles. They've sold their soul to Satan. The vision of America, of the United States, actually started off quite good. The whole idea and concept of, liberty in the United States of America. It's just a shame that it's been taken over by criminals. And even worse, criminals who are, providing arms to other countries from states when there's no threat to America, no immediate threat. Judicial power shall assent to cases in law. Right, this is important. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution. But what about changing the Constitution or petitioning for a changing Constitution? That you do that through this Constitution, surely through it, not under it. The laws of the United States and treaties made, or which shall be made under their authority, Well, the thing is, what was the authority of what it was made? It says, we the people hereby ordain. We the people hereby do ordain. So this was actually made by the citizens. The citizens ordained this constitution. We the people. This constitution was ordained, put into order. Apparently it's signed, it's we the people. So if they can put it together, then they can, they've got authority to, they made it, they can change it. Arising of this constitution, the laws of the United States, the treaties made which are made under authority to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party. Well, you're a party when you are named on the bill as one of the people. We the people ordaining it. You're a party to making this bill. To controversies between two or more states, between a state and the citizens of another state. So citizens, so you can have, they've got all this state law and so forth, they're claiming for petitions at the moment, which I think is tosh, but here, between a state and the citizens of another state. So you can petition one state from another state. So tell me what rules you use for that petition. Do you use the rules of the petition, the state you're petitioning from, or the state you're petitioning to? Well, I'd say, if Congress couldn't make it in a law, then you write down, what you want on there and get them counted, because that's what they did for president. Between citizens of a different states claiming lands under grants in different states and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens or subjects. Aha! And between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign state citizens or subjects. Wow. So you can use the courts in America for legal cases against people who aren't from America, which explains that gov.org. That Copyright Claims Board, CCB.gov, which is basically foreign people. Actually, I could do with explaining this to the pro bono, because they're saying, we can only help you if you're from our state. If you're from our state. Well, that's not true. Legal matters, legal jurisdiction and legal matters can be between states and foreign states or subjects, foreign citizens or foreign subjects. And that's under the judicial powers. Might actually want to make a note of this. That helps with issues with YouTube and getting pro bono to help you out as well. And that means that if it's citizens there of foreign states, citizens and subjects, well, it isn't a foreign state, a foreign citizen, or a foreign subject. Isn't that also their courts? So does that mean that, courts in England, you don't have to send a letter to, YouTube in London? Does that mean that you can get the court in England to issue a, you might be able to actually take them to court through the court. You might be able to actually take YouTube to court in America through the court in England, or the court in England take them to court. That's a question. That's a good question. And I have run petitions on the White House under Obama. So Obama was right. Obama was correct. I can petition the White House. You can petition the White House in cases. I've done that. I've actually done that before. But that also does mean that between a state and the citizens thereof, or foreign states, citizens, subjects. Well, that means that of the same state claiming land under grants, and between a state or the citizens thereof, and foreign states, or just as it states the citizens or subjects. Just a minute. The contribution to the United States. Well, are they considered foreign? Are they considered foreign states? Judicial power shall extend to all cases in law protected by this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made, which shall be made under their authority. Treaties to all cases of which ambassadors, other members of the public, councils, and all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies which the United States shall be a party, to controversy between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states. Oh, so he's calling them different states. So there's context of different states, but then we're going to foreign ones, which surely they're not within the United States. Between citizens of the same state claiming lands and the grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign state citizens or subjects. Yeah, we've got different states and then foreign states, between different states and between foreign states, citizens or subjects, which also means that you can contact like senators and people for issues like that means that I was right to contact Rand Paul, but they've made their form very difficult to fill in if you're not from America. If you're not from America, they've made it near impossible for you to fill the form in, but it can be done, but you've kind of like got to put the senator's postcode in there and then kind of like the address of him, but put your name and details in, and then in the notes put that, oh yeah, I'm happening to contact you from, a foreign state or whatever, or foreign country. In all cases affecting ambassadors, I'm sure that's right, because it says different states, between different states, but then it says between foreign states. So that's got to be out of America, surely. Foreign citizens, foreign subjects. In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. And all other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appeal it. Jurisdiction both as to law and fact, with such exemptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury. Wow. And such trials shall be held in the state where the said crime shall have been committed. But when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. Well, what if you're petitioning on behalf, what if you're doing acts and activities on behalf of the whole of the United States under Constitution? Does that mean that you're like Paul Rand on his way to Congress and cannot be arrested? Treason against the United States shall consist only of levying war against them. I don't think Trump was levying a war against his own country by marching people, or in adhering to their enemies. He's probably got more guilt of, putting a finger in the pie of Black Rock Vanguard or the World Health, or Klaus Schwab. He didn't levy war, giving them aid and comfort to people, foreign people of war. Well, Well, they're sending aid over to other countries now. And then, according to this, they're not even allowed to get involved with it. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. I don't think Trump would have been up at all under this whatsoever, or even racketeering, but I still think that he has something he shouldn't be. He's not fit for business, for a profitable business, because too much profits. Shall be convicted of treason unless the testimony of treason in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attainted. Doesn't get heard in Congress though, only if it's other members. Declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person detained. So they can make up what punishment they want. I think all that's been restricted now though. They've got definitely can make up declare the punishment, so they can make up what they want. They can say, right, you've got to, right, I will not be naughty on the blackboard 10 million times or something, or like, all right, on the blackboard, I am not the King of England. 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 You get, Steven Spielberg, you are now found guilty of treason against the United States, and your punishment shall be to, dismantle that big chair that you were sat in and write on a blackboard 10 million times, I am not the King of England. I am not the King of England. I am not the King of England. 10 million times. After which, you'll inject yourself with Veruca virus. and put a swimming sock on and retire to a marmot farm in Canada, which you will spend the rest of your life. Oh dear. Article 5, is it? 4. No, that was section 3. Article... Is that Article 5? Or 6? 6. Full faith and credits shall be given in each state to the public acts, records and judicial proceedings of every other state. And the Congress may by general laws prescribe the manner in which such acts, records and proceedings shall be proved and the effect thereof. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records and judicial proceedings of every other state. And Congress may by general laws prescribe in the manner with such acts recorded and proceedings shall be proved. So that's not under state law either. Section 2. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all... the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. Does that mean that if they make immunities and privileges in one state, that they get them in all of them? I think that means if you're travelling around, or else you're getting contradiction in law. Right. So it means that when you're traveling around America, whatever different laws they have in different states apply to you when you're traveling around, basically. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime who shall flee from justice and be found in another state shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up and be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. Well, that's kind of a little bit like in England here through different police forces and areas. That's if you can be prosecuted in the first place. It's indicating there are immunities. I think the greatest insight that's just come to me this absolute moment now is that there are privileges and immunities. Why? Because in one state it's not illegal. Don't you think that is absolutely outstandingly relevant? This is not illegal in this state. It is not a criminal offence, but in another state it is. But what about when you're acting under federal law to petition the White House, Congress, which is not any of the states? It makes the immunity interesting because you can do things that are in some places legal and some places criminal. Other places it's not illegal. Now, what happened if you got into a certain place where nothing was illegal, or at least you had certain protections in what you were doing, which is where we get into the petitioning rights and immunities. It's suggesting, according to, what he was saying about Congress, once you're on the case, or once you're declared, or once you're officialo, once you're doing official casework, I would have thought that you got the similar immunity as the senator, like on his way there and back, and while he's doing also, not, well, he's on the job, isn't he, basically? As soon as he's on the way, travelling through the other states to get to Congress and in there, and then travelling back, as long as he doesn't commit treason. But apparently the treason, according to this, is only, raising war against the state. It's not like intricate things. I don't know if it says anything like with dealing with foreign countries or information or espionage or whatever, but according to this, none of the states are allowed to supply arms abroad anyway or anything like that, even though they're doing that now. Apparently, it might be, if you're doing a petition campaign like Roger Hallam, it might be lawful to steal someone's lunch or from a supermarket if you're doing it for a political campaign. It's not if it's not disturbing the peace of anyone or getting in their way, and you're speaking freely about it, and it's not a war against the nation, and you might be able to do that. Because you're engaged in lawful due process, so it can't be treason if you're like collecting signatures or getting evidence or. Well, it's not It's apparently stealing someone's lunch is not treason against. You're not raising war against the state. That's just one person. I don't know. This is the whole thing with policing, isn't it? But when you're upholding the law, you can break the law, or even if you're not if you're in the right state at the right time, it's not even illegal. This all different laws in different states, and some things are perfectly legal, really makes the whole immunity thing less of a big deal. A person charged in any state... All right, I've read that bit. No person held to service of labour in one state under the law thereof escaping into another shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labour, but shall be delivered upon the claim of the party to whom such the service or labour may be due. So you can't You can't, like, be employed to do a job. You can't be employed to clean someone's pool in Arizona and then not clean it and then go over to, Texas. And then apparently they have to come and get you to clean the pool, according to this. But that's interesting, because what's interesting about that is that if you were, like, sworn to service or signed up for petition casework and you're going from state to state, you're subscribed, if you're doing it under federal law, or to the state, the council of the state you're petitioning, then if you go into another state, then that means that you'll be still under the contract of the petitioning Texas. If you're petitioning Texas and doing casework for Texas and you are still engaged and haven't completed it, then you're in Arizona, then apparently you're still under that contract of agreement. So surely you're still covered by the immunity of that work, of that job as well. That's what that would work out at, which would support not only doing petitions to the White House and federal law, but if you're doing petitions to California, engaged in that work, then the conditions and provisions of that work would apply in other states. That's how I work it out at. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state. I wonder how much of it was just, they had a lot of Indian land as well, didn't they, this time still? There was a lot of Indian land. No state be formed by the junction of two or more states or parts of states without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress. Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. Oh, that didn't last long. And shall protect each of them against invasion. And on application of legislature or the executive, when legislature cannot be conveyed against domestic violence. What about taking his rights away on YouTube? Or against invasion on application of legislative rights. So that means that the army protects him from invasion, but is also within as well, within the states. Is that Article 5? It must be. Well, I think the other was 4, wasn't it? Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution. So they can change it. So I really don't like the idea of upholding and protecting the rights, but then just you're not upholding and protecting them when you make changes to them. Or an application of the legislature of 2/3 of the several states. That's interesting. An application of the legislature of 2/3 of the several states. 2/3 of the United States shall call a convention for proposing amendments. So the actual states themselves can all vote against, all like combined together. Right, well that's like petitioning Congress and shall be valid to all intents and purposes. The thing is, if they've got law where there's certain protections of domestic violence, you could call that, if they're going to help each other out, that really means that there's a written contract for some sort of collaborative police effort. That's when you've got the CIA and FBI, isn't it? Then if there's some wrongdoing in like the police or authorities, that means that all the states can, you can petition the federal. If there's something not being done right in one state, besides petitioning like that one state to get it sorted, you can go. You are allowed to go to seek assistance or help from Congress or from federal law, which that basically means that you can petition over, something that applies within domestic violence within your state for assistance from federal government or from other states to help, which definitely means that also that means that people can petition other states as well. So you kind of got, when you get into political matters, I don't see how they can have all these, who are you petitioning? if you're petitioning like 3 or more states together, I don't like all this cockamole they're coming out with about this current rules on petitioning, different state rules and laws as the legislature allows, because according to this, there isn't really much to do. That sorts it to me. It seems like they're referring to like eligibility, check-in procedures, but this tells you how long you've got to have been. The state's got to check it. Parts of this constitution were ratified by the legislature of 3/4 of the several states or by the conventions in 3/4 of the ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that an amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808. 1808 shall in any manner affect this first and fourth clause in the 9th section. No amendment which may be made prior to the year 1000 state whether its consent to any prior equal suffrage of the Senate. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States and this Constitution. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of the Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. So that means if people had started doing things before this was written, this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby anything in this constitution of laws or any state to the contrary notwithstanding. Well, you really would want to take them to court for sending weapons over abroad if you're working on this law. And get Biden out. He's not competent. The senators and representatives before mentioned and the members of the several state legislatures and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath. I'm just thinking, or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any official or public trust under the United States. No religious test. So you got to make oaths. So they're not like, it's not like in England when you appeal to the House of Lords with a prayer and petition, or any religious requirements really, and obviously not like religion in governments either, to public trust. Just basically under their oath. They don't have to be of a particular religion, which is kind of like giving a nod and respect to the Section 88 Bill of Rights, really, and the whole Civil War issues around religion. Well, obviously, Congress shall make no law about religion, which follows not long after this anyway. No, I'm thinking when lords and barons can only be fined by their equals, that's civil, isn't it? It's a civil dispute. It's not criminal, it's civil. Barons and lords can only be fined by their equals. Well, that fine is civil. That means that you and me wouldn't be able to take civil suit against Lord Hanningfield, which it would be quite ridiculous if he owned a company. If he's the beneficiary, are you suing the company or him? But if he owns a company, maybe the company's another entity, but, you know, if he got, you know, according to this, if people get removed from government, they're allowed to have a business. They're allowed to have a business. Get out Lord Hanningfield, or if he's got a company, you're suing the company. I'm taking, you know, the shipping company to court. It's, you know, the profits of the shipping company to court. It's not actually Lord Hanningfield. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble because all the companies would be not suable or not prosecutable. But other Lord Hanningfield in his person is not. I can't take him to court in a civil matter. So that's different from criminal. So I guess they are under the right to petition and immunities. But the thing is, with like election frauds and so forth, there are crimes and prosecutable offences, but it was not by common law, and there were only fines for it until later on they added impeachment to it. I don't know whether they were messing around with it then at that point. So like Johnson stands down from government, but he's supposed to lose. He's not allowed to have businesses or companies if it was under this. If it was under this, he wouldn't be able to have any like places of honour or privilege. Maybe he could work for the newspaper and have a column, but he shouldn't have been in there anyway, writing in the newspaper as a Prime Minister. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this constitution between the states, so ratifying the same. The word "the" being underlined between the 7th and 8th lines of the first page, the word 30 being partly written on an erasure in the 14th line of the first page, the words "is tried" being interlined between the 32nd and 33rd lines of the first page, and the word "the" being interlined between the 43rd and 44th lines of the second page. Attest William Jackson, Secretary. Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present the 7th day of September in the year of our Lord 1000. That's a joke. It says the year of our Lord. Do you think it's a joke that it's just said that no one has to support United States and the several states shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this constitution, but no religious test what shall ever be required as a qualification to any office of public trust in the states. But then he's going, so in the September year of our Lord, 1700. I hope it's not Lord Hanningfield or, you know, Lord Mountbatten or the kings and lords who they are not allowed to, honour under the United States or make, unless the British Empire really were in control of the whole thing the whole time, and they didn't want the Americans making any competitors, any other princes or royalties, maybe that is the case. They're not allowed to make any more opposing kings or barons. Maybe they had it all under control. But in this, there's a lot of there's a hell of a lot laid into this whole. If you get prosecuted, you're not seen fit to have the trust of the public or be in charge of any office or public office or even profitable enterprise, which I think definitely is granted by certification of the government. You're not trusted with it. Well, they're not trusted. They've seized. They've absolutely fleeced us all, and then they've built this big BlackRock Vanguard matrix, and they don't want to let us know exactly who's in control of it. and then they're selling weapons and having wars all over the place when it's not really affecting us and we're not allowed to get involved in it or supply weapons. Biden's not fit for purpose. I love this to be in effect as it isn't this written now. That this would be able to take them to the cleaners with this. We'd be if this was like, you know, subscribed our names, G. Washington, President and Deputy from Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, Joe Reid, James McHenry, John Blair, William Blount, J. Rutledge, William Few, John Langdon, Nathaniel Gorham, Samuel Johnson. I'm missing people's names out. New York, Alexander Thompson, Roger Sherman, Rufus King, Nicholas Gilman, Abraham Baldwin, Pierce Butler, Hugh Williamson, James Madison Jr., Daniel Carroll, Jacko Broom. Oh, there's a few of them there. Bassett, Dickinson, Gunning Bedford, Rutledge, Cotsworth Pinckney, Charles Pinckney, Pierce Butler. I've seen that guy in there before, Butler. Or is there another Butler? I think I've read those out already. Livingston, Braley, Patterson, Drayton, Jonah Dayton, B. Franklin, Thomas Mifflin, Robert Morris, George Clymer, Thomas Fitzsimmons, Jared Ingersoll, James Wilson, and Gov Morris. Amazing, absolutely intriguing, brilliant, amazing, and interesting. The Constitution of America, as it was meant to be. America's founding document. How does figure in the Declaration of Independence to this and the Articles of Confederation? So So I think in Magna Carta it does mean like civil cases find barons and lords between each other, not criminal. But the king can prosecute them, and I think the king can have them prosecuted. At least I know that quite a few knights and even the bishops ended up getting prosecuted. But obviously only in the Royal Court of Commission or in the Star Chamber and so forth. It seems that there's a definite question of a breaking of the peace, but on today's terms, I mean, look at what does everyone regard as the peace? Because, you know, in London, noise is commonplace, but in a little village, that would be breaking the peace of what the village is, you know, or building something that was breaking the peace, bringing in more noise or more traffic or pollution or whatever if people didn't want it. That's breaking the peace. Building sites are breaking the peace all the time. If you've got a legislation that says it's illegal to be prosecuted, then surely you can do equally as much as any building site can do in noise. You know, people going about their own business might be breaking the peace. Blocking roads off might be breaking the peace. But if it was stealing someone's sandwich, it isn't necessarily breaking the peace. You know. You know, and it's definitely not treason. That's interesting. In that Professor Karen Barry paper, there's a rebellious behaviour in public, but not. They're still going around collecting signatures and getting people to support the campaign, promoting it, advertising it, rallying for petition support. Suppose if people are going about their own business. Not prosecutable though. I don't think it's all felony. I think that it was like definitely think it's treason felony, because later on they're talking about maritime felonies, and whenever they mention felony in it, there's like this particular group of felonies they're referring to. That's why I think they're referring to a felony of treason, and then or breaking the peace. But then even there, so that they get judged by their people, and then obviously when they're traveling to and from Congress, apparently they can't be arrested unless they're disrupting other people or committing treason. I don't know whether stealing someone's sandwich is disrupting them or not, or it's actually just stealing a sandwich, and therefore it's just a normal felony. It's not a felony of treason or a felony of breaking the peace. Interesting. But you've got free speech and you can say what you want. Which means that, the thing is, they've taken all those rights away now. All those rights which were freedom of speech. What they're doing now is they're trying to make out that, even if you're not breaking you're not breaking the peace, you're not disrupting anyone, but just because you've got a certain view or opinion, like Jeremy Corbyn, with his anti-Semitism, Starmer's trying, getting him kicked out of parties and political parties and so forth, and they're trying to make your opinion illegal, really, or freedom of speech. I don't think that on YouTube they can tell you what to say, because there's a distinction, not when it's for political engagement. You're allowed to have your own opinion, even if it's like false, even if it's not true. I don't think they can bring in this kind of like, you can only say things that are true, because at the end of the day, you've got a right to be wrong. Being wrong is kind of like a right, like at school. At school, it's not a criminal offence to be wrong at school. And on that basis, also uploading certain material to YouTube, as long as you're not breaking the peace or causing a problem, then I can't see how they can remove your videos if they're for petitioning. But really, though, I think if this constitution was in force as it was originally written, we'd be able to really take a lot of action against a lot of these business people and people in government for a lot of things. I'll check out the. I'll go check out the. I'll check out the Articles of Confederation. Says here the Constitution has been amended 27 times. It hasn't been amended 77 times, like I said, but I think someone said 7th Amendment or something. I thought it was 77. So 1787, that Constitution was 1787. 1776, 76. So that was like 8. So independence was 8 years before that. The Declaration of Independence was 8 years before. So that's more like in around those Articles of Confederation. $1791. So it was 4 years after. I'll do the First Amendment because it's not that long actually. I might as well do this now. It's got all the amendments. And the first Congress amendments to the Constitution. Congress of the United States begun and held the City of New York. Public confidence in the government will best ensure the beneficent ends of its institution resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives in the United States in Congress, assembled 2/3 of both houses. Articles. In addition to an amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America proposed by Congress and ratified by the legislatures of the several states pursuant to the 5th article of the original Constitution, after the first no law, Article the 2nd, no law varying the compensation of the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. All right, so this is the third part. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Or prohibiting. Well, this applies to all of America, because all of the stuff in the other stuff were the things. These are the things that apply to all of the states. These are the things that apply to all of America, not the things that are from state law. These are the things we're talking about which apply. So when it's talking about these are the things that are applying everywhere. That's the point. So Congress shan't make a law respecting establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of the speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Press can print what they want. Well, they were prosecuting a lot of people also in the 1640s as well for certain printings. But I still think it means the freedom to speak or to print, but particularly when it's required to be printed and to petition. It's in this section for redress of grievances and to petition the government for it. Well, you petition through the newspaper. You use the newspapers to petition for grievances and to speak freely to other people through the newspapers. You've got to be able to do it, but not just like Congress stopping you, but why the newspaper stops you. I think that this means that the states can't make any law, because this is assuming that this, unless here and now we get any changes in the process for electing the president, you just write their name down on a bit of paper, and that is the same as, right, okay, I'm going to write a petition. What do you want to petition about? Whatever you want, right? It's not like there's something there, like pick and mix. It's like, no, you write what you want. Now, if certain people are appealing to the public, making an appeal through the newspapers, which they're free to make an appeal, or by a public speech, by travelling around, vote for me. It's Abraham Lincoln. I here present myself to the people of Kansas, and I'd like to be president. If you put my name on the paper on a Tuesday, I'd be much appreciative. And I'll be putting myself a notice in the newspaper. You all know, vote for me now. I'll do a good job for you. Don't be writing down that Jack Black's name on that paper. He's a bad one. He's tropical thunder going like lightning all around the states, setting the whole place like a thunderstorm. You hear? Don't be putting his name down on the paper now, you hear? You know? Well, I thought you had to put £10 to get it on the paper, or you had to petition the people. Well, I am hereby appealing to you people. I have the privilege of being able to travel from West Virginia for 7 days and 14 nights, and I now appear before you and make this public appeal by petition. Please vote for me on the day. I am petitioning you now. On the day, put my name on the paper. You know, well, so apparently you can't have it on the paper unless we're petitioners. You got to get signatures. No, you sign the paper on the day you're voting. I'm hereby saying that I would like you to put my name down on it. This is it. That's what it means. Now, if he can't speak in public to everyone, then, you know, or via, you know, send a letter to everyone in the post, maybe he could. Maybe he's allowed to send one free letter to everyone. But this is the thing, who's going to be a candidate? Apparently, in England, it's our mail service. We own it. Once you are a candidate, you can send a free letter to every person. This is the thing, though, but to be a candidate, you've got to declare it and make it declared in the press. So once you publish, I won't mind, you know, I'm running, I'm going to run, you know. But what does that mean? It means that this guy wants to have a go at it. You know, this is it. He's running. You know, okay then, right, well, maybe he wants to write to all the people. I don't know at that stage if, you know, he can. If you're in every state, that means that who's gonna write the letters though? Who's gonna write them all? I mean, to see if you could send one free letter to every person, addressed personally, I don't think they're paying for the paper. But in England, the public own the mail. It's ours. We own it, right? So if it's for government function, then we're not charging ourselves. We aren't charging ourselves to deliver mail, which is for, you know, these functions of government. Because we own the mail, we'll say, we don't charge ourselves for that, right? Now, how would he write all the letters? I mean, he'd have to be sat there with a pen doing a hell of a lot of writing, but obviously you've got the printing press, so then you would need the freedom of the press to not be restricted on it. Now, I don't know, you know, I'm not suggesting that, you know, maybe the newspaper will put it in there if you're wanting to, maybe everyone wants to have a go at it. But then again, that would be a newspaper story. Well, you know, it's Kansas Weekly. Everybody wants to be president. Well, Tittle and Matt Tixie. Can you believe that? It's the news. 1757. Don't everyone want to be the president? Look at them all lining up. And today, you know, might as well just publish the electoral register. Well, as a matter of fact, I'm just working on publishing the electoral register now. Funny you should mention it. You know, I'll give you a free copy in the press. Everybody on this list wants to be the president. Ain't that cute? You know? Everyone, you know, I don't know whether the United States Parcel Service was public owned or not. It would be a lot of paper for everyone to nominate themselves and come forward. But I think that's the whole point of having an address, isn't it? It was called an address. It's a public address. What is the word? A public address. I am addressing the public. Are you addressing them through the post or in person or through the newspaper, which is ever easiest, you know, or whatever? Well, if everyone would be allowed, ironically, if everyone would be allowed one letter for free or one advertisement, then you better make a good appeal, you know, because that's your one chance you've got. Other than that, then you've had your one free address. Then you could probably, you know, start tapping into funds. Then we've got rules around elections that it's kind of controlled. I don't know whether those laws are legitimate or not if you're petitioning the public for it, if you can't be held to any commitments. But, there's definitely some stuff on election frauds, and it ought to be free. Elections ought to be free, which means anyone can stand. It says in the Bill of Rights, 1688, elections ought to be free, anyone can stand. Although that's not, I don't know about women though, because, I don't know where in the Bill of Rights it says that women can or cannot be elected. Women have got the right to petition the government. I know that for sure, because the suffragettes were petitioning. You didn't need to get anyone elected, and we didn't even have parliament. So, women could petition the king or the government. But as for voting in elections, in the Bill of Rights, it doesn't say anything about, it just says elections ought to be free. So I don't know when they even started saying that women couldn't even vote, to be honest. That's a strange one. I know that definitely they're free, that you don't have to pay for them, so I don't know why they're charging for them in America. According to this, you don't have to, they're free because it's the electors who write down who they want to be president, right? The candidate merely, anyone who's up for it merely surely has to make an appeal to the public, which kind of is petitioning them, but not in the manner that you say, collecting so many signatures to prove it. You're just saying that, put me down on the day, write me down on the day. You're making an appeal to them. I don't think that you pay for the newspaper in England because it's backed up by standing orders of Parliament, and you've got to make a declaration that to make it official, even for petitions to the government. But now they publish. The thing is, all petitions are now published on the website, on the government website, so they do it for you, really, and people can just go on there and look at them. But I mean, if you want to do some extra publishing, or if you were doing it on paper, not online, then really, I think you've got a right to one free advert, I'm sure. And possibly even one free letter by post. I don't know about writing to the whole of England. Where are you going to get them all from? I don't think that you're entitled to pens or paper for free, but it says you don't have to pay for the post. I think it's kind of like, I think that if you had the pens and paper, who's going to print it off and knock it off on the computer? I'm pretty sure that you can send one free letter by post. In the Representation of the People's Act, it does not say that you get paper or pen for free. It says you can send one free letter to each elector by post, because Royal Mail is owned by the public, but like a pen shop's not owned by the public. But I do believe that, like for a police investigation, you can seize a pen to write down a statement, or use it without permission to write a statement down and then give it back or whatever. For example, a well-regulated. I haven't read the rest of this this. Also, grievances is in the Bill of Rights as well. Peaceably to assemble, like in Congress, but depends what your idea of peaceably is. You can definitely have free speech. So you can't really, unless you tell everyone to come together in actually say, like this treason thing for a war or whatever, or an army, then you can pretty much, as long as you're trying to just get their signatures in writing to do it, then I think you can do it, surely. I don't know about the speed cameras though in England, because that's not a treason, and it's also not. It's not necessarily breaking the peace. Stopping cameras from finding people is not necessarily breaking the peace if you just do it discreetly and if it doesn't hinder anyone's day. A well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of the state, a right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So the right keep and bear arms is in this First Amendment. I thought some of them were going on about another amendment for the right to bear arms. Maybe they were trying to infringe on it. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in manner to be prescribed by law. Well, that's ironic. Manner to be prescribed by law. It doesn't say that you can't make a law. You can't prescribe a law. Congress shall make no law. Respecting the practices of religions or prohibiting free speech. You can't make any provisions. You can't make any prescriptions in law. Look. No soldier shall, blah, 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 but only in a manner to be prescribed by law. Well, you can't prescribe it in law. You can't prescribe, the free speech can't be prescribed in law because you're not allowed to make any. And I severely doubt no state can do it, because these are the things that apply to all of America. That's the point of it. That first bit is like, what is it? Oh, these are all the things that apply everywhere. All these things in this document apply everywhere. Not like, just restricting Congress from doing it to everywhere else. If Congress are restricting themselves from doing it, they're restricting everyone else from doing it, surely. Abridging the freedom of speech or the press, or the right of the people to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances. So what would petitioning the government? This is it. Well, they can't make any. They can't make any. If they can't make a law respecting it, they can't make any prescriptions, can they? And this is why I'm saying Rishi Sunak's starting to make loads of prescriptions that attempt to curtail locking on and all these things. He's trying to prescribe it in law, but he can't do it. You can't do it. That's the point of it. That's the point I'm getting. This is it. You're making prescription in law. And this is why really they're adding the rules for the petition committee. And really, if you're petitioning for a referendum, why can you draft up your own petition? Because they can't really, you're prescribing it. And really, according to this, and unless it says later down here, it says that if you're petitioning for an election, you can't have any prescriptions. And really, it's the people. The people are petitioning the White House who they want to be their president. It's not really RFK. RFK is not really petitioning them. According to how they set it up, the people are petitioning the government according to the original rules for the presidency. How it works is that the people are petitioning the government who they want to be president. It's got absolutely nothing to do with RFK having to petition them or even being on a ballot. In fact, you don't have any names on the ballot. You just have a bit of paper, and according to that, you write down who you want to be the president. Now, if that's been changed in these, it told me earlier on how many amendments there've been. They're not 77, but there've been more than 7 amendments. I don't know. They must have changed it more recently, but I think they made a mess of it. I think they've messed up the ideal of the model of what it was, because RFK isn't petitioning to be the president in that sense. The people are petitioning who they want to be the president. And RFK has to appeal to those people, but he's appealing to them, but not in the... He doesn't have to collect any ballots. He has to convince them. And he doesn't have to convince them twice. He doesn't get the signatures on the ballot, because if he gets the signatures on the ballot that they want him to be president, then he might as well use those, for the actual thing. Because why would they have to do it twice? I don't think that, according to the original rules, how it's meant to be on there, he's just basically got to convince them to write his name on the ballot. I like that model, because it's a lot less hassle. As long as everyone's registered who turns up, it's sort of less hassle for everyone. And why has RFK got to be spending all this money travelling around? In getting these signatures or paying that money? Really, he should have to raise some money just to turn up, and like he has been appealing, hey, I'm here, I'm RFK, I'm making an appeal to you all, why don't you, put my name down on the ballot? Or he could put some adverts in the newspaper or whatever, or go on, the YouTube or whatever, but or put material out. But I think there's something severely gone wrong. I think something's really gone wrong with the vision of what America was meant to be like for that procedure. You can't make any prescriptions in law, which means that the states can't prescribe it. If you can't make it, Congress can't make any law. It can't be prescribed. It can't be codified. Can't be written out. Because the thing is, when you're petitioning, you're proposing legislation, you're prescribing, you're writing directions. The provisions are that there should be no laws around that, and that you can have free speech in it, and even in public and so forth. Now, I don't know about the immunity. If Congress can't make any prescription around petitioning, then it would suggest that it can't make any rules around it that you could break. Therefore, I don't know about the immunity. In England, in the Bill of Rights, we get immunity, and this is not long after that. So I don't know whether they have included it in here or not. I don't know whether it might have been in those earlier articles of Confederation. I'll have a look. Article 6, in the right of people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by a oath or affirmation. Well, the police take an oath, but also the courts. So this is like before the police, though, before they got the police. And this is also, this kind of reminds me of that, that Henry Burton and John Basswick case when, the king sent got the houses ransacked and took all those papers out of them. And particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Right. So, well, I've suggested that for petition, really, we should be able to just, get things, or at least ask people. According to this, you can do it if it's supported by an oath or affirmation. Well, this is the thing. If you write on your petition, if you write like a case, like, an affidavit or whatever, or a petition, and people are signing it and affirming it, oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and like setting out that if you need the things to be seized. So you would say like, right, all these speed cameras are illegal, I want to investigate them. Then basically what you're doing, and people sign it, and your oath is that, well, this is what I'm doing. I hear out, that I will investigate this thing and do it to my best ability, blah, 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 blah. And everyone's signing it, that then it's supported by the people. But if you're just kind of like walking around and then, have no reason just to go and get people's things without it being like official or proper, you make it official by petition. And obviously the Petitions Committee in Parliament have got Standing Orders 145A3, which can do this. Like the police, like this is why the police, this is why the police have been taking people's mobile phones or drones when they suspect them of a crime. But sometimes you've got to get a warrant to search your house, signed by a judge or from a court. But the police have taken an oath anyway, which is on that power of that oath to uphold the law. They can do it if they suspect you of a crime. But if, they've got to search you and so forth, then they've got to further get a warrant from a judge. But this is the thing, judge and jury, in this constitution, it said that all in America, it's not just like a magistrate's court. Like all the courts have a jury in America. All the basic courts have a jury, all of them. So, it's not like in England, you only get a jury if it's a Crown Court. If it's the magistrate's court thing, it basically means that, if you get the equivalent of, a petition signed by people, if you, are investigating something, that's good enough. If you say out in writing and truth, then you really, petitions committee are supposed to use their standing orders powers when you're doing an investigation, summons, subpoena, and if there is any other matters, they can actually refer that to the High Court, I think. Particularly, you can write to the Lord Chief Justice, who can open up communications with the House of Commons now, and can... I think that you can write to the Lord Chief Justice and request that there are issues to be dealt with regarding your petition to the Petitions Committee, which extend beyond the scope of their standing orders. And then once, they lay the representation, then the channel's opened, and then, you can say to the Petitions Committee, can you get an order from the Lord Chief Justice or whatever. That's how it's supposed to work, I think, properly. But we've been gypped off. We're being gypped off by political parties mainly. Vote for Labour, vote for Tory. You're not voting for Labour or Tory. You're voting for a person to represent you in the council, a person to represent you in the government, who if you want them to, if you go out of your way to get signatures and the required amounts and certain things, or if you object to certain things, you want that person to uphold your objections. You don't want someone who's going to ignore your objections all the time. You don't want someone in the council who won't do things when you meet what is required. Percentages that are set out in law to get things done, and who are just going to be. You aren't voting for a political party. People are members of a political party. You're voting for a person to represent you, and people are putting government to represent you. And this is now where Secretary of State for Transport has got into deep water, because he still is under the delusion that we vote for a party. Vote Labour. No, we're voting for a person. Now, in the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, they're wanting to get him out. Vote Khan out. Yeah, they want to get rid of that person because that person's not doing what the people are asking. And not even letting people have a vote on it when they go about collecting, the amount of signatures that you need to get a vote on it. You want someone who is going to do their job, not do a political party. A political party, fair enough, they've got these things that they say they're going to do, so you've got a general idea of their position and so forth. But ultimately, when you go out of your way to do what is asked by prescribed procedure, or objections, you want someone who's going to do what they're meant to do, not who is going to just lie or evade it and just attempt to, do these political party objectives, even if they're going to get kicked out of the party for it, like Andrew Bridgen, or Jeremy Corbyn. Because you aren't voting for a political party. It's impossible, because a political party is not a human being, so it can't be on a ballot. And in the presidential election, you got to write down the name of the person you want to be president. A political party is not a person. You can't write down, I want Democrat to be the president. You can't write down on a bit of paper, I want Republican to be the president. You can't write down, I want Libertarian, because that's not a human being. It's an idea, right? You can't say, I want Green Party to be the president, because it's not a person. It states in the Constitution, write down the name of the person you want to be the president. So you can't actually, it's impossible for a political party to be elected because you aren't electing a party. Someone might represent them or might be a member of a party, but you're always voting for the person. And when that person is not doing what the law requires of them or what you're entitled to in law, or when you're objecting and upholding it, then you've got a serious problem because you've got someone who is not doing the job. And this is why we've got all these problems with all these law people trying to not do what the public are asking when it comes to process and procedure, particularly in Stop Cop City as well, with that mayor who's trying to evade all these, he's bringing all these lawsuits to try and fob people off. I don't think that Congress can make, this is my latest update now, you can't have prescriptions for petitioning. You can't have them. You can't really have prescribed procedure. You can have it for elections. Now, you could argue that you can't have it for elections either because it's a petition, but it says petition for grievances, not for the vote in an election. And the elections of the president is separate from petitioning for grievances. That actually is in the Bill of Rights. I found the word for redress of grievances in the Bill of Rights as well. When Parliament's Petitions Committee are even saying that you can't petition about wrongdoings, which, how can you have a grievance then? So they're just fobbing us off about stuff. This is petition cases to the committees, which is from the 1640s, and the committee is bringing a case and so forth. This is why it's got in here. This is setting this out so it knows that you aren't going to... This is why they're panicking about the right to petition immunities, because they think you're just going to go do loads of, ransack everywhere, or, go into Bill Gates' office and steal all his files for a case. Well, if everyone signed it, in a petitions committee, but the petitions committee are corrupt and they're all political party affiliated and probably living inside Bill Gates's, gut bacteria or something. That's a joke, but they're up his rectum, to a certain extent. This is why in all these things, if you lose favour of the country, lose honour of the country, betray the country, you're not worthy of being allowed to have a profitable business under the Constitution, a certificate to trade, a certificate to own a business and make profit. You or be in trust or public position. You have to. You become a worker. You'll have to go work for someone else, and you'll have to become a labourer, earn money. That's not profit. You're earning a living. You're earning a wage. You don't make any profit out of it. It's not a profit. You do work, and they for what that work was worth, you get money, right? Otherwise, you've been making a profit. You don't make a profit. When you go into work, you don't work for 6 hours and then take home 12 hours worth of pay, because then you'll be making a profit, because then you put 6 hours of work in, right? And then you get 12 hours out. So you've profited by 6 hours profit of work, right? You do 6 hours work and they give you 6 hours. So you are worth 6 hours. You don't make any profit on that. Now, if you get a qualification, you're skilled and you're worth more money. You do 8 hours of work in a lab, that's valuable, but it's still only 8 hours and you get given what 8 hours was. You don't profit out of it. Hey, I am, Greg Secker on Lifestyle Trader. Here is an apple. Hey, I'll put an apple in and then I get an apple out. The apples were £3, right? Well, if you bring apples, you get £3 for picking them, but there's no profit in that. When he sells the apple, he paid £3 for it, and he makes a profit on it. This is why there's no profit in labour, there's no profit in business. You never make any money out of being a worker, really, unless you own a business. And this is why non-profit companies aren't taxable, because you're not making any money out of the business and your work's usually voluntary. You are doing an operation, people might fund it, but they're just paying for that, what it costs to do it. You're not making any money out of it. But people put money into non-profits, and, you know, they use some of that money to sponsor political campaigns and, you know, and stuff. And God knows what other chemical research they're doing to, improve the performance of these pimpernels. God knows. But this is the model of it. You can only have a business if Companies House give you a certificate of company incorporation, right? So, under this constitution, if you know, Trump isn't trusted, you know, to be president, then he's not trusted to be a businessman and make profit. He has to go back to work, and he will have to hand his business over to, you know, his whoever he's got in his will, you know. This is what I was saying. We should seize, we should seize everything off them. Not like steal it physically. I mean, like, make a law, you know, like, okay, the public is signing a petition that, 60 million people in England say that, you know, all business people have to hand over all their money to the public, including Royal Mail and including all Rishi Sunak's profits, just because, you know, that's the new law. It's the new law. All, you know, no one with £1 trillion is, you know, could be trusted with the public trust anymore because they've been dropping the sperm count from the bottom of the floor or whatever, you know. In fact, through their recklessness, the recklessness of them in control of these companies and the self-greed and interest and what they've done to our health in the pursuit, you know, popcorn, pick and mix, you know, hot dog, cinema, whatever, they're not responsible enough. This is what the liberty and the Constitution of America believed in. You know, they weren't responsible enough to have businesses. Now, I still think the Royals are behind the whole thing anyway. It's all a con, because otherwise the Americans might go into the idea of, you know, let's make some kings over here and we'll challenge them. But, you know, maybe the Royals were behind it and, you know, didn't want there to be many more kings if they're behind all the businesses already at that time, pulling the strings. But let's entertain the idea that the Americans learned from the Civil War and from, you know, royalty is not a good thing after Cromwell and, you know, so forth. Then they're starting to say that, you know, it is a threat to business people, really. It's kind of a threat from the government to business people, but we don't have that threat anymore. They've all been given immunities, you know, like, you know, what about YouTube taking down all these people's videos, giving false claims against videos when there's no such content in them? They've disrespected millions, billions of people, took their content. They're not getting punished for it and not being allowed to have a business practice anymore under the American Constitution. They're getting awarded immunities, and we're having our immunities taken away. What happens if you want to? What happens if loads of people sign a petition that we should go into Google and have a look round, go into YouTube, get a warrant from the petitions committee to go see what they've been up to in there? Then we'll see who's got the immunity and who's got policing powers. This is the problem. So yeah, no law prescriptions allowed to be made around certain things. Article 6, the right of the people. Oh yeah, I've said that one. That's actually very, 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 very important. I'm glad I read this. Article 7, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a precedent or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in any time of war or public danger, a national person be subject to the same offence to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. Well, I got prosecuted double jeopardy for just putting the notices up. For putting the petition notices up, I got prosecuted double jeopardy. And I knew that I was being prosecuted illegally double jeopardy as well. I told the CPS. So it's got to be jury as well. Well, I never went in front of a jury once. It was all magistrates, and I got caned for the petitions, and Extinction Rebellion have got 50% acquittals by jury. And really, if you're setting out what you're doing and getting the public to sign it, it's almost like the jury are backing it up, kind of agreeing to it. And compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. Right. So that is what I was saying. This is what is in the claim of right in Scotland when it says that you can't depose on yourself. You can't be forced to depose on yourself in capital crimes by favours. So it's not just capital crime. Well, capital crime was mainly murder, but it is crime. So you can't be a witness. You can't be compelled to be a witness against yourself, right? Nor be deprived against life or liberty. So what are the police doing now? What are the police doing with speeding fines? They're saying, if you don't admit you were the driver or tell us, right, then you were going to prosecute, they're going to give additional offences and so forth. And also, what they're doing is they're giving favours. They're saying, give us information and, we'll go easy on you. We'll have to go to court. You can just have a fine. But if you don't pay the fine, then the fine is going to go up. So they're doing you a favour. And it's not like a witness. It's not like if you stick a wanted poster on a tree, right? If you stick a wanted poster on a tree and it says, reward £100 and someone else says, oh, I've seen that guy, then you're not rewarding... That's someone. They're offering a reward to someone else, not against yourself, because if they, if they compel you, if they say, we'll give you £100 if you say that you were speeding, but the fine's only 60, then they say if you admit you did it, they're paying you fine for you. Deprived of life, liberty. Well, that's your rights. Deprived of liberty is your rights. They are depriving them as liberty. Depriving us of liberty, and so the petitions committee multiple times they're not supporting the casework properly. We're being hijacked. We're being hijacked by these political parties who want you to vote for a party, for entity. No one's ever voted for an entity in their life, and now the entity is Black Rock Vanguard. We're meant to vote for a human being, a person. You can't be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Right. So this is exactly what is in the petition of right. The petition of right says that. And that comes from Magna Carta. That is from Magna Carta. Unfortunately, it's in the petition of right, it got repealed and removed. And I made a video a little while ago, a week or two ago, saying, why have they repealed it? You can repeal it. That means that people can be deprived of things without due process of law. Do you know what they said in England? The Parliament said why they repealed that? Unnecessary. So it's unnecessary, but the Americans decided they would be in the First Amendment following the forming of a brand new constitution. That's how unnecessary it is. And I say that's criminal. That's treason in England. That is subversion of the laws and liberties of England. And that is evil ministers, judges and councillors. And this is where we need prosecutions. We need impeachments in Parliament if it can be done, or even fines. Apparently lords and barons can fine each other. I haven't seen Boris Johnson being fined once by his equals. He's resigned, stepped down, been on the committee, he can be fined. If you cheat an election, you're not prosecutable at common law. it was fines. But then again, then they said, oh, well, we can put people in prison. I don't know how they figured that in for the claim of right if you can't be in prison for petitioning, but, still, maybe, organisers of petitions aren't the candidate. I don't know. Or the people signing it. Or shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation? Well, it shouldn't really be taken anyway. Well, we are being deprived of life because they're feeding us these foods, these big corporate companies. These big corporate companies are feeding us all these diets that they're concocting in their labs and dropping our sperm count down out of the bottom of the floor. And it's planned. And they're also passing the planning permission on properties to do it, even when we object to it. You got no chance. People are objecting, but the council just approve it and deprive us of breaking the peace in the village as well. They're breaking the peace in the village, turning it into a noisy city with cars coming past and taking our liberty away. And life. You can't be deprived of life and liberty. We need to get McDonald's and Burger King and KFC and who owns them all? We know it's all owned by the same investors now. We know it's directed. This is treason against the Constitution of America. These people suffering their lives into addiction. We need to find out this BlackRock Vanguard company. And we need to find out who's in charge of it. And they need to be fucked. They need to be fucked. And if it happens to be some king or prince, apparently America can take them to lawsuits with other countries. Apparently they can take lawsuit to other foreign powers and so forth. If it's not the Knights of the Realm who are prancing around in the countries, the Constitution of America says you got to be weary of people of knightly honours and rank in aristocracies from other foreign countries. They're not allowed to be tottering around the government unless they rigged up the whole thing. So this is really important. Or what due process of law? Well, we've been taking our rights without due process of law. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is being forced to pay to get on ballots and then collect signatures from people rather than just make an appeal to them to put his name down on there. Apparently, according to the Constitution, you don't have any names on there. People just write down. They just write down who they want to be president, and they should know by word of mouth or through the press. Although when you turn up, the names on a list. We would suggest that the address and the appeal is more important than actually turning up at the ballot on the polling station. Maybe they should have a thing, on the wall saying, with a picture on. I don't know, but it seems to have changed the process. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. So they've got to be taken back. But this is the thing. What about if you're acting under federal law? This is the thing as well. This isn't all criminal prosecutions. But there's no codified law on prohibiting on petitioning. Which districts shall have been previously ascertained by law and to be informed of the nature of the cause of the accusation. Well, you're informing them. The thing is, when you're doing a petition and telling them what you're due, you are You are informing them of the nature of the cause, the political cause. To be confronted with the witness against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining a witness in his favour. Confronted with the witness against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses, all witnesses in his favour, and to have the assistance counsel for defence. Well, it would be all right if you get the petitions committee to give you some counsel or even assist you. If you've got a case lodged with the cunts, that would be something. Or if your MP wasn't your advocate, but you'd voted for and elected, you compulsory to have witnesses in your favour. Well, there's no better than going around there and going out your way and collecting 20 or 30 or 40 of them, to outnumber the plaintiff or the person who accused you. There's only one person, is there? I think that the witnesses, surely, if you are saying, right, we're going to Extinction Rebellion, we're going to do this petition to the government and we're going to lock down McDonald's, going to sign this, Are they not the witnesses in support of it because you've informed them of it? And not only that, they're in favour. Witnesses in favour. It's got the word there, in favour. In favour. Compulsory to have witnesses in favour. Yeah, when you got them in the first place before you even started. And then the assistance of, it would be all right with the petitions committee. Can I subpoena some videos in my YouTube channel back up? Nope. But it's required. I need it for the evidence. Was giving you directions, the provisions. The provisions. I'm getting a bit annoyed with this current They don't want to do anything. I don't know whether it's you just can't get the staff or they've been groomed and curtailed by the whispering in the ears of the Ministry of Justice of the government. No one wants to do you any favours in this government. And also, assistance of counsel for defence, compulsory. Particularly when it's a case to the government and it's taxpayer funded. And you might even have the right to one free representation by post. In suits at common law. You see that it's not common law by petition to the government. It says that in the election petition rules. It says not to be prosecuted at common law. If you've been naughty. That's even for fraud. Shall exceed 20... In suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. Well, haven't you already had your facts assessed if you're setting out that you're going to be doing, a protest? Like, if you set it out, that's what you're doing. If you've got enough letters to write that out in a restricted online petition where you can only write 50 characters, it would be difficult. And they never accept any links to evidence. Article the 10th. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Didn't it say that it said that Congress could actually make up their own punishment, and now they've changed it to they're not having any unusual ones. Well, don't you think a lethal injection is quite unusual? It's not normal, is it? According to this, you can't really have the death penalty by lethal injection or chair because it's unusual. It's odd. It's a bit odd, isn't it? Excessive bail shall not be required, no excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Well, it's very not the normal. It's very unusual to be put in an electric chair and electrocuted, or even injected with strange. Here comes a strange injection. It's I don't really know how they've managed to pull that off, particularly after all the Civil War stuff, cutting ears off. Article the 11th. The enumeration in the consultation of certain... the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. All right. So that's kind of like getting onto immunity in a way. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So the people retain certain rights, but what rights do they retain? Well, it only retains them if it's, this is the thing. This goes back into Congress, doesn't it? When they can't be arrested. Unless it's treason felony or breaking of the peace. Because then what you're doing is you're denying or disparaging other people their rights if you're breaking the peace. But free speech is not that you have the right to free speech, and it's not their right to take that from you. It's not the other person has the right to freedom of speech, but they don't have the other person has the right to the peace, to not have their peace, the breaking the peace, but they don't have the right to take your free speech away from you. So that basically means that your free speech doesn't infringe on people's peace. It can't. And really the current governments are trying to make out that it does, that your freedom of speech will be breaking their peace, right? But freedom of speech is your own opinion. Rishi Sunak and, the British government really think that if you've got an opinion that they don't like, you're breaking their peace, and on YouTube believe that as well. But according to this, it will not, because this act, it says that it shall not be codified into law to inhibit or curtail or restrict free speech. Shall not. Therefore, that means YouTube can't do it in their policy. If Congress and state, and no state in America, because they applies, all that law is what applies to everywhere, the whole of the United States. If it cannot be codified even in law, how do YouTube doing it in their private policy when it's not the law and it can't be the law? And in fact, we will comply with state and federal law, which means that Congress shall make no law, and by the way, meaning this applies to all of America, cannot be codified into law. So how can it be put into a policy in a private company? Riddle me that. Which is the same as freedom of speech when you're at work, You can't break the peace. Now, the police are going to say that Extinction Rebellion are breaking the peace, but who says that it is or is not breaking the peace? I think that the building site's breaking the peace. If there are examples of the same thing being done and it's not regarded as a breach of the peace because there is legislation in place, then the right to petition can equal any other act of law, which also says that is not breaking the peace, which goes down to the noise of building sites as well. Which is funny because, if you were objecting to the building site successfully, then there wouldn't be a building site and it wouldn't be a problem or an increase in traffic because you objected to them building more houses and turning your village into Disneyland or whatever. So that's important. That helps explain it as well. Certain rights. Well, there is rights, the senators have got certain rights where they can, as long as they're not breaking the peace in Congress or committing a felony against treason. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, not prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution. Well, particularly if you're not allowed to codify it, or prohibited. Well, it's prohibited by it to the states. So it's prohibiting. It is prohibiting. So you might ask, are the states prohibiting the power of Congress to restrict free speech, petition, and free press? Well, if they were, then that means that they could do that. They would be able to restrict freedom of speech, press, and petition. But they can't. Because Congress, all the things that are written in there is what applies to all of this. That applies to all of the states. If it doesn't apply to all of the states, it doesn't apply anywhere. But Congress is making these laws. Congress shan't make any laws. Now, if the states can make laws, then you wouldn't be able to have free speech because some states could ditch it. So what's the point? If the states could make law to prohibit the religion, free speech, and freedom of press, if they could do it, what would be the point in saying that Congress can't do it? Because Congress would stop them from doing it. But they would just stop Congress from doing it. It says shall make no law. It means shall not be prescribed by law. That's what it means. It says, it tells you, it explains. It's called like definitions. Shall not be prohibited by it. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states. It's prohibiting by it. Sure, it's prohibiting it by it to the states. Or then it would be pointless. You have to employ some reflective logic on it, or else why the fuck would you say that Congress shall make no law, but all the states can? But what it's saying is for the purposes of protecting free speech, press, and petition. Well, you haven't protected them then, have you? You protected nothing. So it's pointless. And what it means by shall make no law is it makes make no provisions. It says shall make no provisions in law, which is to try and curtail and shape it, which it is to abridge it and inhibit it. Or to the people. Attested, Frederick, Speaker of the Representatives. So we've got Frederick Augustus Muhlenberg, John Adams, Vice President, John Beckley, Clerk of the House of Representatives, Adam Otis, Secretary of the Senate. So there's 4 hours and 46 minutes. So I've just done the main Constitution and the First Amendment, of which they're still referring to the First Amendment, but some of it helps clarify, like a lot of the other things I've been reading for the English part. I need to be going back to those Confederate articles of Confederation, but I'll do those in a separate video. They might help also explain as well. I'm quite certain now that Congress shall make no law. Shall make no provisions, no prescriptions either. And does that apply to the states? Well, everything that it's writing is law that is applying to all of the states. What is the Constitution? This is the law that applies everywhere, right? So Congress shan't make a law to restrict people's practice of religion and freedom of speech. So what would be the point in doing that if the states could? Well, there won't be any point to it. It would be pointless. It would be stupid. It would be a waste of time. So I really think that I don't think that I don't think that that presidential election campaign thing really is highly questionable. I don't know if Kennedy's been looking at the very first. I could probably do with reading all of them now, but I don't really want to learn the laws of America. It's quite clear what they intended when they set it up, you know, and I think that they had a vision for it. And I think that it's a shame that all these corporate companies and entities have taken their own greed out of it and not put the peace and the liberty of the people in front of their profits. In fact, if anything, profit is a privilege. You're very lucky to be able to be allowed to make profits in this rather than just do work and be, you know, compensated for the work. That's no profit for anyone. No wonder we're all stuck in a rut and we're not getting anywhere. And then these people have abused their power and authority, and, you know, they're laughing all the way to the bank, and also causing damage to our lives. They're causing damage to our lives, and for that, I think we need to try and find out who's directing these companies, these food franchises, who's got the handle on it, and who's been... I think it's definitely conspired, it's orchestrated, it's directed from somewhere. There's a mastermind behind it, and I'm quite certain that it's treason, at least against the United States. And according to this, you can even... they can take suit against foreign powers through the Constitution if anyone had done that to the American people, which is quite interesting. So, you know, I'm looking at World Health Organization, you know, the WF, Klaus Schwab, and all these dark, sinister BlackRock Vanguard people, which points to, you know, certain characters waltzing around also who aren't favoured by this. So